It is Wednesday, my dudes, and when it is Wednesday, we paddle in the pool. Welcome on and all to Paddling Pool 362. We're 2 paddling pools away from 364. That's the amount of days in a year, and that's enough rapping from me. I'm Frostix, joined with me on the mic is Moku, and we are up with Inksoul's Maria and Influential Values.
And we are 5 away from the funny number, but internet jokes aside, Frostix, how are you doing on this beautiful day? It is so exciting to co-cast with you.
It's actually pretty sunny, relatively speaking, and I almost was sleeping. I woke up at I woke up from a nap around I don't know, like 1:52, which I'm honestly glad that I managed to wake up in that time frame. I'm here now. I'm awake, not entirely drowsy, and we've got some paddling pool ahead of us here. This best of 3 set is looking to be real interesting. It's because of brine water, Roku. It's because of brine water. You see this? You seeing this?
It's cursed. It's cursed as a brush. Clams on brine water is not something I'm used to seeing in comp, but it's not the worst, but it's kind of cursed for me. But we're about to get into it with Inksoul's Maria. Me when I don't know how to pronounce things, and influential
Values.
Thank you. I
worries.
just got up myself.
It's fine. And already we're starting on Rainmaker. Scorch, Gorge, Rainmaker, Scorch, okay. Are those the greats back? Okay, of course, yeah, of course, the greats have always been there. And we're already hot off the presses, still looking at the map. Meanwhile, I think we're seeing the Dapples on Influential Values go for the pop, they go down. Reese immediately switching off. Yoshi's, on the other hand, has a crab, popping it on the low ground this time to probably get some space in Inksoul's Maria's favors. They're starting to walk up. We're seeing Tarek, not Tarek, but the Blaster was trying to walk up. Inksoul's Maria does get the Rainmaker, but I think that Kraken has something to say about it.
Indeed they do, and Kraken doesn't last long, but they did end up claiming some ground for them in a means of defense. But, so right now we see all this map control for Inksoul's Maria. Influential Values will have to make a huge push, and already we're starting to see the beginnings of that here, Frostix.
Oh, actually, it doesn't even need to be a huge push. Inksoul's Maria didn't actually get that first checkpoint here. Really, Influential Values really just has to get a push going, but with those strikes from Mondi immediately stopping the Rainmaker before it could go in, and with the rest of Inksoul's Maria's going in, they are likely going to be able to finally get that first checkpoint on their hands. They have a Zipcaster as well as another Crab Tank to pop, which is going to be popped by Yoshi's. And we're seeing Tonyo go in with the Zipcaster. Seeing Tarek trying to go in with the Wiper, but they get shut down by the Bubble Pop. And now Inksoul's Maria will continue to press onwards. This Kraken is once again popped. Meiji is trying to run. They go down. The lead is now set at 30. That is a push to start with, Moku.
Indeed, and even though I did misword it at the beginning because I meant to say just strong push, not like a big push, now they gotta make a big push. Because of... yeah, sorry,
Okay. We're both getting up from something, okay? I don't blame you. Right now, 2 members down on Inksoul's Maria. That slider almost got rid of Mondi, but they're jumping out thanks to the cooler QSJ. Influential Values will now be in hold of the Rainmaker. They're trying to go through grates, it seems. Yes, they are trying to go through grates, and no one is stopping them. The Headed just barely getting in there right in the nick of time, able to stop the Rainmaker as it gets to the first checkpoint. But now Influential Values, they do have some space going. They've already gotten rid of the Headed thanks to that shot from the leader. This could be a push in the making.
Indeed, it could be. And Mondi is my go. I actually remember who Mondi is. I think I fought alongside them before, but we got the Wipeout, and we've got Inksoul's Maria moving on in with the Rainmaker, trying to finish what they started, even though it seems like they've got some defense over here on Influential Values.
That defense is immediately getting shattered right now, Moku, I won't even lie. 3 members go down. Right now it's the leader. And so I think that Rainmaker was trying to push it ever so closer to the final checkpoint. They get it to 9 though. I think now truly is the time for Influential Values to start dialing in. They need to basically get this knockout if they want to get the win.
Indeed they do. Rainmaker resets with 1 minute and 38 seconds left to go. Influential Values will have to mount something and do it fast if they want to get the lead, with Magi already standing on business with the heavy edit over here on the right or the left side, getting somebody at point blank.
Point blank
Nice
with the headed.
defense.
You don't really see that every now and then. And I think Influential Values, is a little bit hesitant on starting this push because Ink Souls Maria have immediately taken that Rainmaker back and are right back into Influential Values courts. I just know, wait, who went down? The Rainmaker went down to a leader shot, likely? More often than usual. I think we're now 1 minute left on the clock. The strikes have come out, 2 members down on Influential Values, and Ink Souls Maria is already ramping another push on their hands.
They are the team of strong pushes and strong offense. Meanwhile, Influential Values, I want to say, they've had strong enough defense to at least go toe-to-toe with the other team. I saw here, or Reese, I don't know how to pronounce your name, I'm so sorry, nice cooler. Just want to point that out. But it's an ink bath here in the court.
Oh. I'm now noticing that they wanted to just double back to ensure that no one was hiding on that left side. I think Mondi did it last time around. But this is going... Oh, I was going to say this is going to have to work in overtime for Influential Values, but the Rainmaker already goes down. All of mid is practically... Most of mid is green, and you have Yoshi's in front of you already resetting this Rainmaker back to the bubble state. Overtime isn't even happening, Moku. And that's game 1. Going to Ink Souls Maria.
So, I don't know how to phrase the question. I just know, and I'm not going to ask the question then, but what I am going to say, there was a lot of map control for Souls Maria. Consistently. Very observant, coordinated. It's like we're looking at high-level play here, and, oh, actually... It's C12 versus C21, but Influential Values had what they needed to go toe-to-toe with Ink Souls Maria. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's a little bit of an uphill climb for Influential Values right now, but they were able to, at least hold things down, ensure that they're, they started, learning a lot from their mistakes, especially when Ink Souls Maria started pushing deeper and deeper. You saw Mondi trying to go really deep in to, try to avert some attention here. And then the next time that they tried to do that, they wanted to make sure that there weren't any loose ends in that push. I think that was basically the moment where the game was kind of decided in that point, because when a lead is set at 9, you have to start, really committing hard. You have to have, just, one, with the lead being set at 9, and with the timer being basically at 1 minute past that point, you'd have to, really, think things through. When will you pop your specials? How many people are you sending to this specific point of the map here? Will you be able to clear out the enemy team multiple times? Because that's kind of what you need to be doing in that point when the Rainmaker's pushed all the way back. That's game 1. Going in Ink Souls Maria hands. Game 2. We're finally going to see it, Boku. We're going on the Cursed Bowl. We're going into
It's cursed.
We're going into Brine Water Clams.
And water clams, more like cursed water clams, am I right? Brush mains in the audience, if y'all are out there. Because it's a small map, and no matter where you drop down, there's always a risk that you're going to be seen. And I guess this is a problem that can apply to anybody, really. You would just have to know how to stealthily get out of your base or mount an offensive push. I guess it just really depends. Are you in solo queue or are you in BC with the team? What do you say, Boston?
You mentioned getting seen a lot, and sight lines are a really big thing to point out within Brinewater. This is, I think, one of the most leader-friendly maps known to man. So definitely expect that C leader to come back from Influential Values. That was a really vital part of stopping pushes, and I think also trying to also prolong started pushes on their end here. Definitely keep that leader and stick with maybe the Zap for the cooler option. And at this point, we have no more time left to analyze, no more time left to yap. Let's just let the guns do the talking. What is... okay, so... Ink Souls Maria is still running their comp specifically with the V Luna, and Tarek on Influential Values, formerly on Wiper now is on Stampers. And also we're seeing we're seeing a switch to Sploosh-o-matic. That person was on Dapples, if I remember correctly.
Indeed, the leaders are out now. Well, one leader and one Pen, both of them being long-range chargers. The good thing is about Pen, you've got Cooler for that team. You've also got NZEP, so we're going to see double Coolers. Maybe more if I don't fail to remember the comps. But they're pushing in on the side of Inksoul's Maria. But it seems like size advantage keeps switching. There is a real tug of war happening. Oh, nice!
That's a successful dive from Tanyu on that Luna Blaster. And I think they're just getting more space available for Inksoul's Maria. We're seeing Tarek trying to chop up some territory with a Zipcaster of their own. Right now, though, Inksoul's Maria has a very strong hold over mid, but things may change as the Sploosh was going through it. Tanyu is trying to ledge. They get the leader, but now the rest of Influential Valleys are trying to mount a push of their own. The Hammer Throw not claiming any targets, and Tarek's the only one left, and they're already backing back into the basket area, which means I think Inksoul's Maria is going to get a lot more control in their hands in the next coming seconds.
Seems like folks are scattered on the side of Inksoul's Maria, with one of them going down, with size advantage going to Influential Values, with Caster coming out here over on right side, one of them going down, and oh, nice double for the Pen.
Yeah, and while yes, of course, this map is very leader-friendly, of course, Pencil can still thrive just as much, and Magi's just able to lock down mid, constantly get some good chip damage, some good paint here. Tarek's very low thanks to that first shot from Magi being finished off by Yoshi's. Really, Inksoul's Maria is just constantly bringing the pressure of a push, and here it comes. That's the first power clam in. Will we see any more clams? Because I think right now Influential Valleys is starting to push them away a bit. Yoshi's trying to stand their ground, goes down to Tarek. Tarek pops the Zipcaster here. They're not getting a lot of picks as well since they go down mid-special. They do get the first initial lead of 80, but that means Influential Values can strike back with a potentially stronger push, I guess, given time.
I'm loving that Zipcaster, getting well, not two, but they were trying to get two of them. I love that maneuver from the Zipcaster. Took the words right out of my mouth. With another clam going into the basket, can Influential Values put a stop to the bleeding? As the strikes come out, the clams keep coming in from every which direction as we have a 2v2 on the field right now. Ooh, nice flick shot.
Okay, that's some really solid cleanup now from Influential Values here. Good try to sniff out Tanyu, but they're still here. They're still in flow state, and they're heralding the rest of Inksoul's Maria to step forward. Tarek will not pop the Zipcaster, as that gets cancelled out by Tanyu as well, who's moving up with Yoshi's. Meanwhile, Mondi's on a side quest trying to get a soup of their own. Same thing with Magi, who builds one. They're in a duel with the Sploosh. No, they go down. Meanwhile, Tanyu and Yoshi are skirmishing like their lives depend on it. And there, Mondi will break the basket. Tanyu will... No, sorry. Magi will break the basket. Mondi's throwing clams in. Yoshi's and Tanyu are still skirmishing. They can go for the knockdown because Magi has the finishing blow here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
And that's game.
5
that's game. I think that's the set.
Yeah.
GG's both teams.
Still, it's a pretty decisive set here. That being said, though, damn it. I'm slipping on my stuff. I'm slipping on my stuff, Moku. Influential Values, they're dropping down into losers bracket this time around here. They've still got a second chance left, but past that point, looking pretty risky.
Indeed, Influential Values had a lot of map control, but unfortunately just could not mount the defense needed to keep their pushes going. Inksoul's Maria just had the numbers advantage for most of the set. And not just, just a set, if you count the last game, which definitely helped them. And to be honest, their comp does support a very fast-moving kind of strategy. Because think about it, you have Splash-O-Matic, you've got Luna Blaster, which ledge peaks like a Smash Bros, and you've got Slosher, which pretty much drowns out the competition. And with Pencil on their side, you've got the range covered, and that's not to say anything bad about the other team comp. You've got close to the same thing. You got something very aggressive on that side too, but I think there was just a paint difference, and the stealth was. I think the Luna Blaster just had the advantage in these comps. I think that was the deciding factor here. What do you think?
Luna definitely was able to Luna was definitely able to ledge a lot more consistently than the Stamper on influential values here. And even when I think influential values was definitely trying to mix up their kind of offensive. They were trying to mix up their offensive. Instead of Wiper Dapple, they're going Stamper Sploosh here, but even still, they get a little bit outpaced. They get just a little bit more outpaced by Splash and also by Luna in that case. They also maybe tried to play a little bit more control-y at the same time, but then next thing you know, they get run over. They get locked out by 2 people in their own spawn. It's a little brutal. It's hard to get. Sometimes it gets pretty hard to just get out of a lockout state in Brine Water as well. So that's 2-0. Inksoul's Maria will be going up into Winners Bracket Round 2. They're up against Can Lotuser in the next round, but we're not seeing that. Up next will be Sisterhood and Pine Room. Yes, Sisterhood and Sisterhood and Pine Room. There we go.
And I'm noticing that Blanks is in this tournament as well.
Yeah, Blanks is here. Can't necessarily be.
Blanks, more like Blank Z. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to do that.
Can't entirely be a paddling pool without the usual suspects.
No, it really can't. So your Sisterhood and Pine Room. Let's see if I know any of y'all. Any goats on this team? Wow, Sendo, I really love your new UI and the fact that you still don't blow. Let's see.
I got used to it. I think I got used to it after last Triton, I think.
There's Allo from a team that I've seen multiple times before.
I remember Allo.
There's Earless. Team are you from? You are from another team, not on Sendo. I think I've seen them in pickups before.
A lot of people from pickup teams, maybe, yeah. I can remember Alwo and maybe Ross from the top of my head, if I remember correctly, but still waiting now. I will say, Game 1 is once again going to be on Clam's Brine Water, which is...
I'm back in the building again!
Weird. Like, seeing this once is crazy. Seeing this twice now, like,
We're back in the building again, Frosty!
Mouse already said the whole Doofenshmirtz spiel last time I was on Dapple, so I won't beat a dead horse.
Yeah. I'm surprised you didn't get the Snapcube reference I was trying to make.
No, I do. Of course I do. I was in a VT with a bunch of my friends, watching the first couple of Snapcube Sonic fandoms. Dryan can attest for me. He was there.
Oh, let's go. Okay. You do possess elite ball knowledge.
I'd say it's epic ball knowledge at best, but that's not to undervalue Snapcube. The rest of the set as a whole is going to be on Tower Mako. That's something that we see a lot more within sets, and similarly, Rainmaker Undertow, a return to form after going through Brine Water Clams twice. This is no shade on Brine Water Clams. I'm just baffled.
All the shade.
I'm very astounded that we've managed to get it twice now.
The water's not warm enough. I can attest to that. I've accidentally bumped into somebody on this map in mode once before. Of course, I gotta bounce off with them, and then I land in the water. I'm like, okay, sure. It happened.
I really can't. I really can't entirely remember people's weapons from the top of my head, unfortunately, so I can't already give a pre-game analysis, a preset analysis of what we could expect to see him.
I could probably go and peek through individuals in the profile.
That's a gamble all on its own, unfortunately.
Yeah, you're right. You're right, especially with the fact that it doesn't load. Go over here waiting on the first profile. No, but for real though, you are right. You'd have to try to parse which weapon from the map pools, if it even exists in there, would be used. Like, who knows, maybe somebody names Dapple from the Sendo website, but oh look, me leader.
Sometimes Sendo profiles can be a little bit unreliable, which is more so why I just would want to. Which is more so why I let the first game do a lot of the talking and do a lot of the ice breaking, because then, yeah.
Makes sense. It's funner that way.
Oh man. Damn, I thought that horse had like 6 legs, but that's just a baby horse. Thanks, enrichment screen.
Hey, look, it's Uma Musume in real life. My captain likes that game. And she'll talk about it all the time. I don't doubt it's a good game. I just haven't gotten into it. Oh, is that?
I never played Umu. I've never played an Umu game. Can't
Me neither.
entirely. Can't say much on that, unfortunately.
I mean, I want to get into it. I just don't know where to start because it seems like it's to a point where there's so much more content, and it's like, is it going to be friendly to newcomers, or do I have to know something going in?
No clue.
Okay.
No clue.
What kind of game are we talking about?
Oh,
I love that GIF! The GIF on the left, I forgot that was there.
I wasn't there during that, I'm not sure if it was Don't Flounder or if it was a,
Anarchy Nova 2.
Okay, that was an Anarchy Nova. That was Yoshi God's supposed last appearance before he proceeded to then cast a block and then also stream an FTIU.
Yeah, I think Yoshi God said that there was going to be a retirement, but apparently that didn't happen, which, hey, I'm glad you're still around, Yoshi God. You should probably... Hey, Yoshi God, bet 50 grand on the grand... I'm just kidding, don't do that.
No, that's 50 grand.
I know, I'm kidding, though. But think of... Nah, I'm not gonna do it. I'm not even as a joke, people. Don't gamble. But $20 in gas. Gas and cash.
In gas?
What happened?
$20 in 20, yeah. We're changing the betting system. We're not doing bits, we're not doing points, we're not doing dollary dues, we're just doing gas. It's just oil.
I mean, hey, I'm going up to Anarchy Nova 3. I need the gas one. I'm just kidding. I've got a full tank. Don't worry. I'm clowning way too much. We're just waiting on the team, and I think we're about ready to go, Frostix. We can stop clowning around.
So now, back on Brinewater. We're back in the goddamn building again, and we see the brush. We're seeing a brush worker, so this is a little bit more up your wheelhouse. And we're seeing
it's a Comet Auto Rush. No disrespect, though.
We are seeing Wiper as well. And we're seeing some Blaster action on Pine Room as well. We saw a lot of Blaster last time around from Ink Souls Maria. Already 2 members down on Sisterhood, both the Gal and the Brush. The Blaster also trying to get some space, but they're going down, which is just going to open up the floor for Sisterhood a lot more.
Sisterhood is pushing, and they are merciless out here, constantly having the size advantage, and Comet's Octobrush just going down here, not able to protect the barrier, and this is where the clams just keep on coming in from every which way as one of them goes down. Aaron taking a leadership spot at this point. Like, I feel like Aaron's leader of that team. It's just vibes at this point. Oh, Sirallet, I remember you! I remember Sirallet.
The push is still going on though here. That splashdown will extend more space, putting some more pressure in. Will this Wiper get, or will this leader get Yeah, okay. This push is still happening. We're in the 30 threshold at this point, but we're starting to lose we're starting to lose members, we're starting to lose space, and we're starting to lose time. But 38 is a one hell of a start for this match.
It really has been one hell of a start for this match. Sorry, Falco. I really gotta say, this blaster is ledge peeking like it's Smash Bros. Poking, and having good area denial. Sorala has always been great with the blaster, one of them going down to Sorala's blaster, and now we're seeing Pine Room mounting a push, but it seems like they're being bottlenecked by Sisterhood. With a crack coming out for Pine Room. Oh, my voice cracked there. I'm like, so loud. Ow.
That crack, the brush was able to secure some picks, 2 picks at least, for the rest of Pine Room, but right now it's the blaster and the pencil trying to keep mid in their favor against a wiper, a blaster, and a leader. We're seeing the blaster on Pine Room trying to walk up here, but it's a 3v1. That gal has gone down once again. That hammer throw is not going to be able to claim any targets. Zap is trying to at least also ward the rest of Sisterhood to their locale, but they're just holding down mid. I think that's just like in this kind of neutral state here, while you're still trying to collect some clams, perfectly fine move to do.
Indeed it is, and Sisterhood has consistently been in the size advantage and paint advantage, with one of them going down. Now the tables have turned, and they're coming up here to the base. Well, not to their base, but to their court here, and it's up to Sisterhood to defend now, with a ball coming in from Pine Room as one goes down to Aaron, and that is okay. We've got more points on the board for Pine Room. No more penalty points if they can keep that basket open, but it doesn't seem like that push is going to last too long, and the push is gone, Fawcett.
Yeah, unfortunately they didn't necessarily have the staying power nor the clams to get past that 30 threshold that Sisterhood set, and already now Sisterhood is flooded mid, trying to take that into control. Meanwhile, though, the rest of Pine Room is starting to clap back, 2 members down on Sisterhood. I think now, at least with that pity that they've also kept in their back pockets, they are trying to get a second push online. But right now, though, they did suffer 2 members down a bit, and they have to at least get some space. They are getting rid of the wiper. The pencil's going down as well. You need to make sure that power clam is alive, because that was your pity. If that goes down, I'm not sure how they'll be able to get another power in the next couple of in the next couple minutes of this match.
And just as you were saying, I was noticing Pine Room was staggering just a little bit because Sisterhood has remained in the lead in terms of numbers. And Sisterhood now has size disadvantage. If Pine Room can coordinate a little bit more here, they can get another ball in. And I could see what Octobrush was doing. I loved the vision, I saw it, and we see the other team getting into it. Like, I really feel like Pine Room is going to clutch this by the end of the game. They might bring us to overtime here, Fawcett.
50-38 though here, with 30 seconds left on the clock, and the rest of Pine Room are flushed out. Meanwhile, the rest of Sisterhood are starting to press ever so forward, ever so closer to Pine Room's basket. This Viper is just lying in wait. Probably maybe to secure jumps, probably also to get a sneaky power clam push from behind. One goes in.
Oh, no
Let's
way.
just say right now. Oh, no, that one doesn't go in. That's an air ball. No, second power clam will be hitting the basket. But that doesn't even matter. That does not even matter. Thanks to that sneaky side push from the Viper, there is no overtime for Pine Room, and that game is going to Sisterhood.
I noticed that one of their names is Wee 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 Cat. I love that meme. Wee Wee Wee. I love that. I always see it on TikTok. There's a little kitten trying to eat some food.
I have no idea what you mean.
Wait, you do know or you don't know? You should look it up. I'll send it to you.
I don't know what you mean, unfortunately.
Oh, no, it's cute. I'll send it over to you. But
okay.
that'll be after our blocks end. But what do you think of the replay here? Anything catching your eye?
Well, it's really just Sisterhood, just weaving in and out of fights, good clan management, good space management as well, but also here, I also really did applaud what that Brush did here, trying to peel for the rest of the team, taking some attention, but unfortunately, there was only 2 members left and not enough clams to retake that lead. That was a really solid push from Pine Room, but then, next thing you know, timer's running short, clams running short, no one noticed the wiper there, and that could have been an even, like, worser, like, lead if that second power clam did hit the basket. But it didn't. That was an air ball. Still, damage has been dealt. Game 1 is still in Sisterhood's hands as we now go to Mako Mart Tower Control.
Mako Mart Tower Control. Pretty good map. A pretty good map and mode. It's better than Rainmaker Tower. Rainmaker Tower, okay. Rainmaker Mako. Could you imagine if they put Rainmaker and Tower in the same thing?
Don't give John Splatoon any ideas right now.
Don't give Nogami any ideas. Look, Nogami, you gotta listen to us. You make it so we can carry Rainmaker on the tower while we camp a zone.
I don't
we
know.
have to replay. But just call it the mode gauntlet.
That'd be one. Well, that'd be something to play. I'd play that, but I don't know if I'd play it for a prolonged period of time. But right now, both of the teams last game, they were running some kind of blaster, which AoE helps a lot on Mako Mart. There's just a bunch of ledges that benefit from blasters and buckets, good B&B coming from both of these teams. They're running some kind of blaster. One of them had the bubble, I think that was on Pine Room, and then the other one had Splashdown, if I remember correctly. So
Inkbrush.
Yeah.
Inkbrush.
Inkbrush is real.
There's an Inkbrush. Inkbrush is real, guys. Lock in. Inkbrush is real. We're seeing Inkbrush out here making their way down towards the mid. And where are you at? Where are you, Inkbrush? You're somewhere around there. I know you're putting in the work. No bias.
Just gotta watch out though, because like there's a lot of really solid flank routes that someone like a Brush or a Wiper can take. But now we're seeing both of these teams trying to clash in. The Inkbrush was definitely lying in wait. They pop the whales, they pop out away, but no, they get spaced out by the blaster. Meanwhile, the leader on the tower gets spaced out by the other blaster. And here comes the splashdown now, clearing the board. Now Sisterhood has reached the first checkpoint here. They are pretty much going to clear this quickly, and Sisterhood's actually going on some pretty good brush watch just to make sure that they aren't going to deal with someone in their behind. But no! One down.
Oh, Brush going down, but that was a good flank on the blaster as Hammer comes out, and as that gets thrown, they get cooked right then and there. Size advantage still going to Sisterhood. Seems like Pine Room has been staggering just a little bit, but if Pine Room can mount a defense, they can take the tower for themselves and get points on the board for them, and we're seeing one down for them. But, okay, yeah, 2v2, 2v3, oh, right then, Pine Room. I can't tell you how to play, but if I was Pine Room right now, I would want to coordinate a push.
Yeah, try to get just anyone down right now. Try to take things a little bit slower, especially now that Sisterhood is past this point of no return. They're just heading towards their checkpoint here. There's 2 members down, but this leader is holding down the line, playing some ring around the rosy with the tower. This Hammer from the Wiper is able to at least get some more picks. The leader is still alive. The leader is somehow making it. Will they be able to get to the final checkpoint?
Wait a minute.
Not
Whoa, wait a minute.
Yet.
No way! Okay, nice! Nice work, Pine Room, getting that wipeout. Now y'all can go and get paint control and do whatever else you need to do. The Inkbrush can rat now. Rat supremacy. Raid their fridge and bring me back some mint chip ice cream.
So, obviously, we're seeing... Okay. Right now, I think it's a lot about controlling stacks. That blaster, unfortunately, going down first. The other blaster on Sisterhood going down to the Brush. Wiper's going to be able to sweep up some... So, like, I think that was like 2-3 picks from the Wiper. And I think a third, if they can get that Brush out, they have their Hammer ready to go, ready to throw. And also, the blaster is hot on that Brush's trail. But you don't want to follow it, though. Lest... Oh, that's the direct! That's the direct from the blaster
like
as
Smash Bros. Ain't no way he did that. That was a good direct on that Brush. With... Nora going down. Sorry to interrupt you, Frost6.
So that's now a wipe for Sisterhood. 3 specials are online as well, and they don't even need to worry about stopping for checkpoints. They can go right back to that advantage state that they were in. Now they can just get all the picks they need, all the space. 2 members down thanks to that hammer from the Wiper as well. We're seeing, I think, the shot trying to, like, eager to drop in or probably just guard the ledge. Probably the smarter play. There's still a wave breaker ready to be deployed from the leader, but we're being a little stagnant, Moku.
It seems like they can't stop the bleeding right now, and that brush really did their best to get them, but this E-Leader is sub-strafing like it is another game that I can't think of right now. I know it's not Valorant. Either way, so Wallet taking a pick and putting Pine Room back into defensive, it seems like Pine Room has just been staggering, and if I was Brush right now, I'd try to find my way around all that. Maybe not go in that direction, but at least it wasn't the right side. I can't tell Brush how to play, but it's something I've mained for years. And look at this, Trizuka's getting 2! Let's go!
That's the Zuka pick you'd want for that Twitter post. And then, getting a third onto Aaron. Are they still alive? They're still alive! They can keep popping off. No, they're not. No, they're not. They're gone. And now it's only the pencil.
They were farming.
And now they're and it's only the pencil, not even the pencil, not only the brush left just to fend off. They're already making a mad dash to left stack. They're gonna go for a big flank, trying to go around that stack. Dude, they've gone unnoticed, actually. They're gonna strike on the Wiper. The Wiper does notice them now standing their ground. 2 members, 2 specials, actually. The Soda gets popped. The Hammer gets popped here. This Wiper is out for blood. They want to get this brush out of there. And there's only under 20 seconds left for Pine Room to get going. They need to get something figured out. They need to figure things out fast. But with the brush already going down, things are looking bleak. 10 seconds left on the clock now. No one's on tower. The Wiper got on tower, though. Now the shot trying to get onto tower. This needs to work into overtime. That Zuka shot did connect. Is no one on tower? Someone is on tower here, but they're going down. It's only the brush left. The brush does go down. And Sisterhood just managed to get on tower. No overtime once again. And that's another 2-0 as Sisterhood moves forward.
GG's both teams. Honestly, I want to say that both teams just fought their hardest. I think Pine Room had a little bit of a tendency to stagger. I really liked their brush, though, just because I'm a brush main myself. I don't know their whole brush style, but it looked like they had a skirmisher role for most of the match. And you know you're doing your job right when folks keep collapsing on you as an ink brush. Like, wasn't it the Wiper that really wanted that brush?
Well, obviously, like, Wiper has it has the ability to outrange Brush here. It could definitely take the fights against it, but also I think the Blaster really keen on ensuring that there was no flanks here. They had their rat traps.
There was no Wiper
ready to go.
Yeah, there was a Wiper. Never mind.
There was a Wiper. Yeah, there was a Wiper. Like, believe me, I've mained Wiper for most of this time. I know that it can be played on Mako March here, but there is no third map. Once again, Sisterhood going up in winners bracket to take on Blanks. But in the meantime, we can probably take a little bit of a break while we wait for Clown Ensemble and Zipcat to get themselves in a room. Zipcat will be here.
Yeah, let's go! Zipcat's my goat. Zipcat are my goats.
But in the meantime, don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Woohoo!
Okay, we're back with Paddling Pool 362. For those just joining the stream, I'm Frostix. Joined on the mic with me is the wonderful Moku, and we are now in we're now in round 3. This should be quarterfinals, and we're seeing Seed 19 Clown Ensemble going up against the well-known Seed 6 Zipcat. And can I just say, Clown Ensemble's been kind of on a run here. They first beat Flamesion, Seed 14, then they beat So What Gang. That they beat Seed 3, consisting of Medi, Glash, Gecko, and Jasorok. So I mean, I know Clown Ensemble myself, and they're great guys. They're great people.
I'm such a huge fan of Clown Ensemble too, and I'm also a big fan of Zipcat. I have had the honor of drawing some art for one of their members, Ellie or Eli. I don't know if it's Eli or Ellie. I'm so sorry. Please feel free to bonk me. But it was from a charity tournament. They were part of a pickup for that.
Were we all part of pickups for that? If I feel like I know what you're picking up, if I know what you're referencing.
It was Race for Races, I think.
Okay, so we were all part of pickups, really.
Yeah.
We were all part of pickups, but now we're going into Rainmaker. Going back to Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. We're in best of 5 now this time around, and wow! Oh, wait, whoa! Damage isn't on a sword of any. Is damage even here? Yeah, damage is on Gal. That's new. That's new. Meanwhile, on Zipcat, Nom Nom is gonna be on Decapitator. Eli is gonna be on Pencil. And then we're running 96 and Custom Blaster this time around with Bomb and Tame. Yeah, I think I see that a lot more. And already, I think Clown Ensemble's trying to get going. They get both Nom Nom and the Blaster. EQ's firing off. Zyler's moving forward. I think Damage is holding the Rainmaker. And they're just pushing Zipcat ever so deeper into their into their courts as Jammy gets the slam, taking first checkpoint, and Clown Ensemble are starting off with a bang.
They really are. Clown Ensemble is just going in with that little card and just pouring out of it with the Rainmaker, if you get what I'm saying. But Zipcat is on the defense. They're being contained within their court. And it's not looking good for Zipcat unless we can get the size advantage, which we do. It's only the Pro Frozen out here right now with the Rainmaker free for the taking. Eli taking it and going through mid, running with it. Come on, yeah. Eli, run with it.
Yeah, mid's practically free to start going. Right now, you've got a Damage and you've got a Jammy in your way, but Damage immediately goes down. Jammy's trying to at least hold things through with the chip and with the damage that can be provided with the bow. And here comes a back from Tame as well. That can practically be a deal sealed, both absorbing damage and popping the bubble in Weldon Swoop. But now they go 2 members down. It's only Tame and Eli. They pop the sodas. They're likely trying to back out before any more damage is going to be pursued. Speaking of damage, they are going in with the Gal, trying to duel Nom Nom, baiting out their charge slashes as well. Nom Nom's going for the Rainmaker though. They miss. No, they do get damage, but now Nom Nom goes down to damage. And now, I think Zipcat's trying to go in, especially with this wipeout. They're going to go in.
We get a wipeout for Zipcat. Clown Ensemble now being on the back foot, even though they lost a Rainmaker.
Wait.
2 minutes and 47 seconds
left.
Nom! Wait a minute. Nom Nom, my goat! Nom Nom, my goat! Look, no bias here, right? But I love Clown Ensemble, I love Zipcat, and I love that both teams have goats on both sides, right? That is really exciting to see. Just, you think you got it, you think you've stopped the bleeding, then Nom Nom comes out and says, you thought.
I mean, they put like a lot of good attention into that final push up the final checkpoint there, but still onto that early game as well. I think Clown Ensemble was just cleaning house here. They had a really strong start here. They didn't necessarily push it past that 44 mark here, and then I think that's when Zipcat started to like slowly start ramping up in aggression here, and then Nom Nom was like really very solidly on the offensive here, always trying to be that thorn in their spine, because dueling a decav will tend to be a lot harder. And then here's the big play. Here's Tame popping the vac, starting to start sucking up all that damage here, and we thought, yeah, like they were moving forward. I think
Yeah.
Clan Ensemble got like a little too overzealous there and failed to realize that there was a decapitator in that ink the whole time. And now that's game one. There's still 4 more games ahead of us, and we can't even talk about that. I just saw the ready to battle thing in the bottom right corner of my screen. Welcome to Clam Blitz, Barnacle, and Dime.
It's my worst map mode because I will get as kept in my own base, even as a brush. Like, there's not a lot of places to go once they start checking streets for street passes. And if you're born after 2015, don't know what a 3DS is, then they're kicking out a street. To always have a street pass ready to go. We have a tug of war basically in mid right now. It's starting to get a little scrappy here. Zap,
Ooh.
but Vac is coming out, and ooh, one of them going down. That was the mid decav. Vac coming out, getting another one, I think.
So damage is on decav.
Zipcat is really zipping in there, living up to their names.
Yeah, but I think Clown Ensemble's trying to at least hold down the line. They do get rid of Nom Nom. Damage trying to go for Bomb. No. Damage goes down. Right now it's only EQ, and they're in the pit, which means Bomb's going to be able to get that power climb in without even going down the easy way here. And with more clams coming in, likely from Tame, from Eli as well. There's 3 clams just waiting to be taken as well. They're also popping the Vac to just keep that push alive. Maybe they can definitely break through that 60. Damage is going to be able to cancel out the Vac before it happens. Not before it happens. The Vac shot still happened.
Ooh.
And there's now 3 members down on Zipcat. Oh, but Nom Nom! Nom Nom is still in there.
Nom Nom's a monster. Look at that! Nearly getting that 3rd pick. They were going for that quad, and I think they have at some points before. But I mean, not in this tournament. But actually, maybe. I wasn't there for the last 2 battles, to be fair.
Right now we're right back. Right now, we're back into a neutral state. EQ will now pop the crab to try and clear out these streets from Bomb. Bomb is staying alive. Nom Nom's trying to also press the advantage on 2 stacks, but they are able to get 2 before going down themselves. And now, Clown Ensemble is just not having a good time trying to get out of their own stack, and there's another Vac from Tame. That can be the deciding, and now Nom Nom taking 2, taking 3. Jamie is the only one left. That Vac shot will not connect, but Nom Nom goes for 4. And with Eli getting that next super, the push starts again. Tame is basically 2 away from a power here, but I think they're just going to keep this going. Someone has 6 in the back. Someone has a sec. Oh, Bomb! Second power climb is hit the basket.
Pulling that blanks cheese here.
23 points.
They've learned.
20. It's only Xyler left, and Zipcat are still pushing. This may just be Raps.
Oh, it might be. It might be Raps. They just need 1 more clam, and Eli going for it. Get the clam in. Zipcat. GG's both teams. That is the kind of high-level gameplay I love seeing. Clown Ensemble is also a very tough team. And to be fair, I did see 2 or 3 members of Zipcat over at one of the, I think it was the Full White Bland in Europe. But they went as Bomali Nomelli.
Oh, of course. They're wearing their little fake mustaches, got it. But Zipcat, there was a lot less pushback from Clown Ensemble this game here. I think Zipcat was just very, very much on top of things here between Bomb just controlling space, between Tame's Vax just constantly being playmaking.
Oh, it's a best of 5.
Yeah, of course it's best of 5 here. I was
saying GG's like it was best of 3. Okay, I have been informed by my own memory that is a best of 5.
There's still potentially at least 3 games left here, but past this point onward, Clan Ensemble cannot afford to goof off. If Zipcat takes Zone's Hagglefish, they're moving on to semis, and Clan Ensemble is gonna have to be sent to losers bracket. But if I know anything about Clown Ensemble, and if I know anything from the amount of times that Damage has coached me, they just come back. That's what Hyperdive does. they may go down as much as they can, but they just come back and keep fighting. And that's I think on a map
Please
like
come back.
Hagglefish here, I think this could lean well into their like super duper hyper aggressive hyper dive play style here. Yeah, let's just see. Let's see what's in store for us in Game 3.
Alright, let's see what we've got. We've got no comp changes on the side of Zipcat. Why fix it if it ain't broken? With Zyler bringing out that Octo Rush now. I think they may have already had it, but if I can focus on both teams this time. So we're both making that beeline for the zone here. It is starting to get a little scrappy like it did last time with the back coming out frame 1. I feel like there's a 52 gal meta out here right now. Nobody can tell me otherwise. Like, otherwise.
How fast did Tame get that? How fast did Tame get that back? What the heck?
I want to see Tame's abilities. I want to see what their chunks are.
They're already right back to, like, they're quarter way to another vac. Meanwhile, they still have the soda from Eli and a bubble, and there's another vac! A second vac has now hit the game, but no, that gets cancelled out finally, and I think this is the moment for Clown Ensemble to press the advantage. EQ smartly saving their slider this time around, maybe because of the splashdown that Bomb has, canceling that out, applying 35 penalty points onto Zipcat, but they still whittled through half of their points. But now Zipcat is 2 members down, and Clown Ensemble is down 1 Zyler, and down 1 EQ is, down 1 EQ. Damage and Jammy are now the only ones staying. They're clearing through the 60s, they're going to be able to enter the 50s. Damage needs to cancel out that vac. They are able to get rid of Tame, but the vac shot still gets rid of Damage. Zyler and Damage now go down. It's only EQ and Jammy. Meanwhile, the rest of Zipcat are holding down the line, not allowing... Oh, actually, wait. Did I not notice the lead being swapped? My bad. 48 to 55. Clan Ensemble are in the lead, but Zipcat definitely have the space. Oh! Wait! Moku?
Wait. It seems like Clown Ensemble is pushing their way through with Super Chumps and a Slosher as well as their Stringer coming out. Tame getting another one of those ink backs. I am very fully convinced that they have special charge up with EQ taking the zone, or at least helping to do so, at least putting it back in neutral with a little bit of skirmishing over here, getting Bomb's attention and punishing them with Zyler's brush out here. I swear to goodness, if Zyler was out here on Ink Brush, then I think that Zipcat might be in trouble because they get the double on the way out here, Frostix.
Yeah, skirmishing is basically what Clown Ensemble does in spades here. They are hyper dive for a reason. That sword duel is going to be won by Nom Nom, as the rest of Zipcat are now funneling into Switch. Nom Nom heralding the charge. They go down, but here comes Tame with another more forward vac, allowing Bomb to start taking some space and allowing Eli to sit a little bit more forward. The vac shots being sent in, but now here comes a Zipcaster from Zyler. The lead is now being swapped by Zipcat, but not for long here, as the bubble as well as slider are being sent by Clown Ensemble here. It's only Nom Nom left, and here comes a rematch that Damage will be winning in the isolation of Street. And now, well, the leads are deadly close, 44 to 88. Clown Ensemble are almost out of their penalty, but they don't have specials. Zipcat just pops the Tacticooler, and Nom Nom is looking for a fight. Same thing with Bomb, and Tame already has a vac ready to go. I think this fight is about to start here. Zyler's trying to go in. They're being bodyguarded by Nom Nom here, and now Zipcat is moving in forwards. EQ will pop the slider. 1 down. Nom Nom goes down. They're still counting down, even though the zone is mostly green, and it's still a little bit more blue. But now, I think Zipcat is trying to equalize. They are able to flip the zone. 2 members down, 3 members down now on Clown Ensemble. They're right back into the fold.
They really are, and I love how Nom Nom is just being the rat of their team here. Not to say less of Tame's vac out here. I am very convinced, like I said last time, that they have special charge up here. And I'm just really excited to see this. So we've got 38 and counting for Zipcat. No more penalty points for them, and we're gonna see that lead switch.
The lead has now been taken, but Zipcat aren't necessarily out of the 20s yet. EQ has a slider ready to go here, and now Zipcat are breaking into the 10s here. This is now the point of no return. Clown Ensemble needs to start upping the ante here, trying to... No! There's 3 members down now on Clown Ensemble. It is only Jammy, and Zipcat are in the single digits here. I'm not sure if Super Chumps are going to be able to paint that zone as Zipcat take the set 3-2-0 in a very decisive Game 3.
GG's both teams.
Man, what a game. What a game. I think this one we saw a lot more pushback now from Clown Ensemble here, like even more so than the amount of resistance that they mounted on Scorch Gorge here. But I think really, actually, of course, you have the oncoming storm that is Nom Nom, but then you always have to keep watch of when Tame has that vac, but because every time Tame pops that here, things are about to go down here. They're just able to make more space with it here, allow them to push forward here, because you have all this damage being like sucked up, and then it's going to be shot back right out at you here. It's like I said like months before maybe that vac stocks are definitely rising, and I'm still very much adamant that like I really like seeing vac. I just really like seeing vac whenever it shows up here. Really close game between Clown Ensemble and Zipcat here. I'm tripping again.
6. I don't really... So, what I want to say is, I think, and I'm going to die on this hill, right? There is a 52 meta going on right now.
52?
I don't care if 52 gal meta. Like, 52? I don't care if ProChara... Yeah.
52?
ProChara might have not... Oh my gosh.
52 has the 52 has the vac special?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's 96. Okay.
Yeah.
So I've been calling it 52 the whole time, and you let me.
Okay.
Okay, there's a 96. There's a 96 meta going on right now. I know there's one happening in Japan's scene, but I don't know so much about North America. And I don't care if ProChara did not cover it yet. I'm saying I'm gonna die on this hill, right? It's happening, and there might also be a 52 gal meta. I see those a lot in comp.
Gal's always been part of the meta. Gal will always be there somehow. It's
even more meta. It's even more meta than the meta it has been.
52 Gal is like 52 Gal is like the cockroach of the Splatoon 2 weapons. It's just able to survive just all the time. I fear it's like it will always be there. And then 96 also, I mean, like we've seen a lot of I've seen my fair shares of 96 Gecko being brought into the mix. It's a really solid Kraken pick. I think it's maybe one of the more frequently used Kraken weapons. And yes, very much shout out Ichideko. Very much shout out Ichideko. They're single-handedly holding that 96 Deco on their back. But also been seeing a lot of V96 here. Of course, the VAC just brings so much. VAC brings just a lot to the table here. Also, there's Horns 52. Is that what it's called? I don't know. The one that was introduced in 10.0, the one with cooler. 96 has a lot of solid options. If like I wouldn't be surprised if 96 is like a really big rising star within this economy right now. So yeah, I'll stand on that hill.
You know what? That is completely fair. We always have those players that will keep a weapon strapped to their back, and you know what? They just supply the meta. They just lead it, I guess. People see them using that, like, yeah, meta now. And you know what? I hope that there is an ink brush meta. If Nogami, if we can have it buffed a little bit more, we might have an ink brush meta. Please. I know you love your shooters, but please.
Could be. It definitely could be the case. But if anything, this one set went by way quicker than I imagined, because right now we're waiting on 3 teams now to get into there. We're still waiting on Blank's Sisterhood, the Bill Collectors, Can Lotuser, Poltergeist, and Unknown. It may take a little bit of time for 4.1, which is the scheduled cast, to start forming, because I think their sets are still either in game 2 or even in even in a game 1. Okay, yeah. So we're just waiting on. We'll be back. Okay, we'll be back. It'll likely be a pretty quick, maybe like a relatively short break. So don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be back with semis.
I'm gonna raid Zipcat's fridge for some mint chip.
So we're back. And by we, I mean me and Jarian. Moku's been having a little bit of lockout because apparently, Discord's just been taking just tanked right now.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's me and Jarian now.
Yeah, surprisingly the streamer locks in and comes into commentate with us. It's a Canadian duo, by the way. Well, one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Canada is unaffected right now.
Yeah, let's go Canada. And anyways,
What?
what?
Okay.
Sure.
Oh?
Sure. Let's go with that. Great way to start up the game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways,
What in?
most likely what happened in chat, as you can see right now, that most likely the map, no, the map was correct. What happened was likely the teams were wrong. Because they had 5 people in the lobby, 5 of them was actually having a either standing. So one of the RNG settings gave them to the other team. They didn't get lucky. It's a 3 out of 4.
Okay. So now we're just re-readying up. Moku's back in VC.
We're basically just waiting to see if Moku is alive and
Is Moku
able
alive?
to talk, or at the same time too, it's either Moku can stay alive in VC or Moku is going to be getting kicked out of VC because of waiting endpoint, which did happen a long time ago.
There's like 3 timelines of this. Either Moku's here, but then either Moku leaves, maybe Pat's here, and oh yeah, so Moku can't talk and is stuck on the awaiting endpoint stage of joining the VC, which, yeah, like getting in there is like that point is basically just waiting room forever.
Yep. Again, this is not the only person that's being affected by this issue. There is also some other players that's actually getting affected as well in this, like Lang Z, Clown Ensemble. All those are being affected, but right now we are going to be staying in games. So, yeah.
Okay, we're right back into things. I don't see a second gal, which means I think we're actually gonna get this going, Jarian. I see a leader and I see a Nautilus.
Yeah, you see a leader Nautilus, but look at that, you really see a sniper. So that's gonna be actually back still coming into the play, but also like you said with the Nautilus, it's gonna be the splashdown and the Reef Slider as well too. Hopefully they are able to stay alive, but we have been seeing actually a lot more Dapples recently. The blue ones and the red ones precisely.
Yeah, actually, I think we'd love to see some Dapples in the meta now, and already that Dapples is going to be able to get 2 picks. We're seeing the real Slim Shady going in, getting that first checkpoint. If you are the real Slim Shady, please get 2 picks, which that they do. And I think Ken Lotuser is now going to start pushing in a lot further.
And the third time too, Slim Shady did get a third pick, and as we're going to be seeing on the side of Closer, they did get even more picks during that time. Even though the check is down and at 27 points, we are still going to see them play super active.
Definitely so, and I think that Charger is deadly close to a vac right now, but they are 2 members down, and I think Unknown is going to be able to push that back, and they're sending it deep onto the other side of the map. It is going to be met with some resistance from the Zap, and also from the Gal. There's some bombs being tossed out. Slim Shady has gone down, and someone just activated Flow State, and this Zap is trying to be spaced out at the moment. They're trying to rush out the other Zap, but they finally go down to a shot from this leader. Not leader, to the Charger.
Yeah, to Georgia D, who is actually stuck invaded. Actually gets a direct kill right on Kuro, who's actually getting communicated off by Yoshino as well on the Zap. But one thing to know actually about Unknown is they did get upset on Seed 1 and 3 scenario, so they are going to be going full force right now, having not a lead right now in general, but still having good defense.
Definitely so. And anything right now, they just have to start getting a lot more space because Can Lotuser has just painted all of mid in orange. And what is this Gal up to? They managed to get this. They sent a huge flank getting rid of the Charger, but not getting any more value outside of that. And we're right back into a neutral. And this Slim Shade as well as Damselette are starting to run the skirmishes here. Most of mid is orange, but will this Gal on Unknown start going in favor of their team?
Yeah, but at the same time too, as we're going to be seeing Dapple immediately coming into clutch on the left side, we're going to be seeing them going all the way to, again, 21 points in the victory. We're still going to see the Dapple going hard, and we're going to be seeing the Western team. The Sniper actually missed the jump and going on the left side. Now they're going to be resetting it, going on the right side as well, but the Gal is going to be immediately trying to jump scare down, but they don't actually hold their way. But there is one thing to know though. Again, that Dapple going for the jump scare on the rail actually, but they did fall into place and stay alive at 15 points.
Yeah, 15 points. It's dead. It's just even closer now. Damselet has a slider ready to go. That flash down popped a little bit too early, and here comes the Dapple back for round 2, getting 2 picks, activating their flow states here, and the pressure still once again on Unknown as Can Lotuser is moving ever so closer. That bubble is going to be able to get rid of the Dapples here, but I think Unknown's just playing a lot of damage control right now, and like they just aren't able to get it anywhere closer, to not even to the first checkpoint.
Yeah, but as you can see actually as well too, Slim Shady during that time to was fighting with Yoshino on the 1v1 setting, but at the same time they are going to be jumping up because they play defense with 3 people down as well too. As you're going to be seeing now for the blue team Fox6, they're going to be going straight up and going for the first point. This might be the reason in the way why they actually got the lead and victory over Seed 1.
Meanwhile, Slim Shady over here has things to say, but it's only just a little bit of a roadblock, as now Unknown is starting to move forward. This Gal has their foot on the gas pedal, and they're going down in a trade with Slim Shady. The splashdown has been popped, a vac has been popped by that charger, not allowing any more progress. It's only the charger up right now, but they have been able to pop the bubble with their vac, and is running like the wind, Ryan.
Yeah, Foxy, they decided to do the 50-50 and not go for the, like, going all the way back to play secure. They decided to just go rip it all the way to the first checkpoint on the left side. If you look at the subjective of the camera at least. Yoshino forgot to pick up the Waymaker. Might be a good call weight as well, by the way, because that's going to be seeing with the Beast Slider, that's going to be killing the other player. If they did pick it up right there, it's just going to be set, but now it's going to be a solid scenario. And we'll see if, in general, if Call Loser is going to be able to knock it out here, or just going to be stalling it right here in this corner.
There's 2 members down, Jiraiya, here. It's only the leader and the Zap, but the rest of Unknown are starting to go in. This leader, the Charger, able to weave in and out of incoming fire and able to get that knockout. That was a very, very decisive game. Just look at the amount of orange on the map once the dust has settled, and once Game 1 has gone to Con Lotuser.
Yeah. Damn, it sucks that the name is just so hard to read, but it's still a good
Yeah.
gameplay for what they did in general though. You're going to be the only one in the overlay, by the way, because it's broken a little bit, but in general though, we can see in the replay just how much aggression they did for Convoys, or well, for Unknown. Even though they got the good upset, the main issue is the defense, because they aren't able to play against Hypertype really well.
No, definitely. Yeah, it's like we saw the Gal, I think maybe also the Zap trying to be a little bit more proactive with it. But then you have Slim Shady here. You have Bake just holding down the line, and like we're seeing Bake on a new charger this time around. I think maybe vac stocks are actually up, and that's a clean shot from that charger as well, popping the vac just to stay alive. But yeah, it's great to see.
Yeah, the one thing to know as well too, because you actually said about the vac stock being up, because it's been going up recently because of the recent events, like let's say 20XX. We saw a lot of vac cheese going up straight, and at the same time too, we saw Zap coming into play, Zap being the more shooter weapon, the more painter weapon to allow everyone else to go ahead. So as we see from Convoys, since they decided to get the first point, they go with a more hyperdrive comp. Now go to Tower Control on Eeltail Alley.
Eeltail?
No, welcome to North American League, fellas. Welcome to North American League.
We're playing Eeltail.
We're playing North American League, we're playing Gauntlet, we're back in Chaos. But this is going to be the pick of the team of Con Lotuser, by the way.
This is Con Lotuser's pick. I mean, see, I want to say this has sightlines. It has a high ground for someone like Bake to play in. Reyes can probably skirmish pretty well here, I'd say. But wow. Eeltail Alley. I have not casted this like ever since I casted like a Chai Shul's online event, and that was like the first time I casted something ever.
What? Wait. Okay, that's some lore there. Jesus. As we're going to be going into this though, the last time that we actually did see this again was either in the Gauntlet, or was in Splatoon Annali, or NSC. For some reason, it was in
No, actually, I don't even. It makes sense that it would. Somehow, I feel like I would think it would be there in NSC.
Yeah, we love Collision.
NSC has like, NSC brings in some like never before seen maps. What are we gonna see now from these teams? Slim Shady's bringing in 96 Deco. Shout out Ichi Deco once more, and Bake's bringing in Leader this time around for Con Lotuser. We're also seeing some Nautilus. I think the Gal is still on Gal, and yeah, Yoshino is still on Dapple.
Yeah. Again, the same old, same old. If you're playing a hyperactive, you're playing hyperactive. You're playing hyperdive, you're playing hyperdive too. As you're going to be seeing everyone just not playing hyperdive, other than Conduit Sir. As you're going to be trying to go with a little bit of 96 and Dapple Action going 2v2, but immediately getting sniped down by loading.
Oh, yeah, loading's just gonna be able to get that pick. We're seeing leaders on both sides of the board here. And meanwhile, Bake, we're now in a leader off. The Wave Breaker has been deployed, and right now, Bake has gone down. We're seeing a splashdown from that, from Kuro on the Nautilus. Slim Shady is now brought out to the Kraken to try and contest tower. No, oh, okay, then they're just immediately blown back and right back into a push from Unknown.
As we're going to be seeing them almost get a drive-by miss. They actually did get a drive-by win on the Dapples. As they're going to be going in immediately with a knockout, Slim Shady be able to finalize that kill with the help of the E-Leader. As they're going to be picking off the first checkpoint, going to the second one. Damsel going all the way into the base with Kudo as well, just staying that right side alive.
Yeah, definitely. They're just like always in their face, and now we're seeing the hyperdive start to come to fruition. That being said, 2 members down before Kudos could get the before I think Yoshino can get their zap up. That's a little bit unfortunate here. They couldn't like stay and commit to the lockout. Meanwhile, Damslet is deep in enemy territory before finally going down to the gal on Conlotuser, which just buys more time for Unknown to get back to like that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and one thing to know as well too, we saw earlier before we swapped back into a different camera, we saw that Damsel once again, even though they're trying to go for a beeline once again, they beeline earlier with the weak side and getting one of the kills that actually made them go all the way to the second checkpoint. As of right now, because that failed kind of attempt to sneak in a 2v1 scenario, they're still staying alive but stalling, but still, we're going to be seeing for Unknown, they're going to be finally getting a checkpoint.
Okay, so now they're still trying to press their lead a little bit closer here. Kuro's popped the splashdown, trying to claim more space, and now we're seeing not a lot of people are going in so far. I don't think so. Damslet is now trying to contest with Yoshino, trying to also keep their space. Kuro has gone down, and there's 2 members down on Conlotuser, and I think the tower is still being possessed by Unknown at this current moment. But Gaki's getting that shot onto loading, not onto that second one. They're jumping out. And now the rest of Conlotuser are trying to get back mid, now that the rest of Unknown has been flushed out.
Yeah, so you want to know one of the reasons why too, why actually Unknown was able to get a second checkpoint and why I said earlier, and like,
yeah,
if we saw on the right side of the camera, Slim Shady actually fell off the map somehow.
So what now?
Yeah, they fell off the map. So because of that, Slim Shady, with them being down the main aggressor, with the Dapples being down as well too on the back, they were able to go all the way up to 37 points. As we're going to be seeing them now just doing the reversal, taking advantage of Unknown's base and just being aggressive no matter what now, holding on to the second checkpoint and now going to the last one.
Alright, and they didn't even realize that the Dapples was there. They're already striking. 2 members down now on Unknown. Damslet has popped the slider to stay alive, and now they're headed for loading. They are out for blood, forcing loading to drop off, to back off to Kuro's side. They need to get back on this tower and get it to Conlotuser's end of the map now. I think Damslet has been dealt with. Kuro has a splash ready to go, firing off on to Kudis, getting rid of them. There's 2 members down, 3 members down, Loading getting the shot onto Slim Shady. It's only Bake left, and the rest of Unknown are facing them off.
Yeah, as we can see in the map as well too, look how much purple it is, and look how small the map is as well too. We saw everything going back and forth, and okay, we saw a triple, we saw a quad. That was just like one move right there in the overhead. Most likely the double reach on him from the Dapple, and then the rest are just able to clean it up through. As you're going to be seeing now, with the point down to 28 for the side of Unknown. Do we need to see a KO wipe, or do we need to see something else on the side of Conducer? Like
It's very close. Conlotuser needs to just get a little bit further, but meanwhile, you have this gal on Unknown skirmishing within flow state, not even allowing Conlotuser to move up. Damslet was trying to move in. Here comes Slim Shady trying to stake their claim, but they're already noticed out by Yoshino, by Kudis, I think, here by Kuro. No, Slim Shady is still in the thick of it, and with this Kraken here, I think they're rallying now. They're just giving more space for the rest of Conlotuser to get back into the fold. There's a slider ready, and a wave breaker that has been thrown out. This needs to work in overtime for Unknown.
Yeah, it does need to work in overtime for Unknown, but with 2 down on either side right now, with 1 more down on the side of the side of Conductor, they do get the lead because of the dance battle on the tower. And in the end, we saw Unknown actually able to battle in the back with Conductor, but in the end, again, the dance war Almost were able to hold on to the point, hold on to the victory, and get 2-0.
They've turned the tower into a disco floor. And with some clever dance moves from Damselet and also some earlier picks, they managed to just barely get that lead before overtime started. And that's Eeltail done and dusted out of this set. So, man, I just don't see this enough. And well, we saw like a lot of I think we saw some crazy things happening here. Loading getting the shot onto Bake. Damselet just in unknown spawn, just staying there and keeping space here. I personally didn't see, but you noticed that. You noticed Slim Shady falling off the map somehow. How do you fall off the map here?
How do you fall off the map here is because there's a little bit of a cubby area that if you can walk back into, or you can slide on the side into, that if you walk on it, if you actually jump and try to aim with the 96 cal, which they do have, they were trying to get the because when you jump, you get more aim accuracy, I think, with the 96 cal. So they were jumping and aiming while walking backwards, and because they were walking backwards, they didn't actually notice about the cubby and they fell. The one issue about Eeltail is really funny. But as that is going to be happening. Yeah, no, like here. This is the replay that it kind of happened, but not really. But in general, though, what we saw from the side of Colonel, they were able to clutch it up in the back, but we know why Unknown is able to play up to them and also be able to possibly reverse sweep this as we're going to be going on to the more medium maps.
This could be possible indeed. They were able to 3-0 Poltergeist and send them to losers bracket. So there's a lot more in store from here as we enter Clam's Scorch Gorge. Moke is back in call. We'll see if they'll be able to get back. But now, what are we seeing here? A whole lot of the usual. We're seeing a whole lot of the usual here, Ryan, and we're going to be starting it now.
Yeah, again, the main thing to know here about this is the weapon-wise. The main thing about the weapon is going to be... Now we're going to see E-Leader. That's the main thing. We're seeing an E-Leader. But in general, though, we're going to be seeing still hyper aggro and more just Kuro and the rest of the crew on the side of Unknown just being able to survive, being able to more adapt to the situation with the Knights, with the 52 still going on right now, and with also the E-Leader still holding alive, holding on to the middle. The Damsel still going to be thinking on this middle top side, going really for the ball, and they do get it.
Yeah, Damselet is charging through. It is only Kuro left, and they are cornered. They are just deadly cornered right now. Damselet is in Unknown's court right now. They're being noticed by Bake, noticed by the Whale, but that's just a distraction as the Clams are starting to funnel in. But two members have gone down on Conlotuser. They don't know that Damselet is still there. Loading's gone down, and now I think they're able to get another Clam in, pushing the lead to 74. They're committing a whole slider to pressure Yoshino to jump off the map. Feels the aura gift, and now Conlotuser will continue pushing up. Their lead is now at 56. Slim Shady does get dipped by the other gal who is starting their cleanup duty and is now trying to... Wait, Bake! What is Bake up to? Bake's pushing the lead to 35. And that's it.
Yeah, that was just a war crime. And that's all we can say, it was just a war crime.
Devious.
Yeah, as we're going to be seeing now with the rest of the time Unknown finally able to get the ball and go into the back. No one at the back though, so they're not able to get a second ball into play, but Kuro is still holding alive. The Clams are still up here that Kudos does get, but now since they're not able to get it all, 50-52 actually going to be taking the gamble to try to go all the way through. They do have the ball up, getting the kill. They do not actually go for the Clam though, so that's going to be just down to 68 points.
I think playing life here, definitely probably the smarter play to go here, especially when you have a little bit of space to work with here. And also this 52, one thing away from a power climb, they can start again, but no, the gal goes down. Loading's trying to get a shot onto Bake. Do they know the Damselet's behind? Oh, did Bake get the shot onto it? I think that Bake did actually get the shot, and now the rest of Conlotuser are starting to clean up mid. Yoshino has gone down. It's only the gal left, and Damselet is hunting them down as well. The gal has gone down, and now the rest of Conlotuser are starting to move in. The whales have been popped. There's a power clam waiting to be popped. Damselet able to weave their way in. The slide has been popped, but they get punished for it. It's only Slim Shady and Kudis on the field right now. They have to keep this clam alive, and that they do. I think they'll be able to get this in, Jorian.
Yeah, it looks like they are able to go do it as well, but the Either actually going in for another clam at the last second. The second ball has hit the basket. You should have said it, so it's your thing. But as we're going to be seeing the last final clams going in, that basically would be a third ball empty. Someone is able to get it. Come on. And that's why I found it. There it is. Wait.
There's...
Wow.
Damselet. Oh, that's DM.
For AVM. Yeah. Yep. They were farmed.
That's Elite BM right now from Damselet on the team of Con Lotuser, one of the teams that have had their tickets punched to winners bracket finals in a very fast 3-0 set sweep here. This is the end of Unknown's winners bracket journey for now here, but I still like kudos are in order for them. They sent Poltergeist down to losers bracket, and if anything, Poltergeist are probably coming back are likely going to have to come back to them with a vengeance.
Indeed, either way though, literally for Unknown, it's really pumped to them for sure, because like you said, knocking down seed 1 to the bracket, but at the same time too, just being able to be part of the connoisseur, but because again, fighting Hyperdrive with original comp might not be a good scenario for a lot of people because they don't know how to fight it. And that's kind of what happened with Unknown, because they were fighting against a super hyper aggro comp. And with a weapon like a Knowledge, which is a little bit slower, you have a little bit of the issue there to try to go ahead with that. But that's what Connoisseur had the advantage of there in general though. But as we just see in general too, Connoisseur, how are they seed 5? Like, the Sendo Odyssey doesn't make sense, because these players have been here a lot.
That's Bake, that's Reyes, that's Bake, Reyes, Slim Shady, and Labby, and they're seed 5 somehow? Little bit of a, maybe could be a discrepancy here, but we, I think now, we're waiting on between Blanks and Zipcat. That's gonna be, that's a set to behold here. Right now, it's 1-2. Zipcat is in the lead. Can't wait to see who makes it over to winners bracket finals to face off against Con Lotuser.
Are you sure? Like,
and I think,
are you sure Zipcat's in the lead? You might want to check it again.
What? What the? Huh? Okay.
That's a bias.
Okay.
Is that a bias? Hello? Is
No.
that a bias?
No. No, I think I was reading my colors wrong. Blanks is in the lead. 2-1 at the moment here. So it still could be anyone's game over on the southern brackets to see who faces off against Con Lotuser in winners bracket finals. But I won't be here because this is the end of my block. Moku unfortunately couldn't be here to close out the set. But if I remember correctly, their blue sky was like Moku draws a bunch of numbers on. Yeah, Moku draws like N20 on blue sky. In terms of me, you can find me on Blue Sky at frostix.bluesky.social and my twitter.com at TK_frostix. Some big things are happening. The veil is thinning. Dryan's still going to be here, but you will be hearing from, if I remember correctly, Cakes and Pat in Block 2. So don't go anywhere. Paddling Pool will be back with a new set of voices for the rest of winners bracket, a little bit of losers, as well as grand finals.
This is all just hoping that Discord is still live and Cakes can actually join the VC as well too. That's
True,
what
actually.
Tiki knows is about too.
We have not heard from Cakes, haven't we?
Actually, I know a little bit from Cakes because Cakes actually has been streaming on Twitch right now, and it still is. But again, as of right now, with Discord's issues happening right now, we will see if we are able to get Cakes and Pat in the VC. But we will be back with that correction very soon, as we will be waiting for Flying Sea and Zipcat, who is still in a 2-1 scenario, possibly in 2-2. I don't need him anymore. I don't need me anymore. Okay, cool. Bye chat, bye chat, bye chat. We're gonna be muted, we're gonna be all evening, and we're gonna be hoping with VC and all that being alive. So it's just gonna be the last time that the stream is going to be heard ever again in a while. Wow. Have fun with stream.
Hey.
Hey, hi everybody. We're alive. We made it. We just decided to close Discord and go through something else to make it work. But Frostix, we are here and ready to watch Can Lotus versus Zipcat.
May or may not be Frostix, but I'm here to watch
Oh.
with you.
Oh yeah.
Hey, it's me,
Triangle.
Cakes.
Yo, Cakes.
I'm crashing the party.
That was so funny. I blamed Ryan.
I'm here to crash the party. I'm taking Frostix's spot, but I'm here to help put on a show. So, thanks for having me, Pat.
Oh well, we're glad to have you. And I knew it was Gigs, it's just I saw it in front of me and I have zero memory. Let's get in the game right now. We saw Lotus in the previous set. Now they're going against Zipcat, which is very much an established team of the scene. Very, very good team. So we'll see who will be able to win this finals.
Yeah, most definitely. We're starting out here on Scorch Rainmaker, and from just first glance, I'm really seeing both these teams with the Inkback special, and I'm really excited to see how each team will go about using and countering the enemy team's vacuum.
Yep.
Very powerful special, able to cheese the objective very easily, but on the side of the yellow team, it's a bit hard to see, but they just shut that down instantly, just making sure that they cannot get that push in time.
I mean, that's how you take care of the vacuum. You get behind, you splat them. Very nice move by Can Lotuser. Right there, who get the checkpoints, who managed to break it open. The answer by Zipcat is coming though. Zipcat getting back on top of the Rainmaker now, ready to push forward. They have 2 players advantage, and I mean they're running in now. As you know, getting onto that checkpoint is hard, but with a vacuum, it gets much easier.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, on the side of Zipcat, they have this decap, they have this blaster.
Yeah.
Really 2 very scary weapons, and we're seeing them put expertise with those weapons with a wipeout, pushing this Rainmaker all the way down to 10. But Kenlo's there just making sure to stop it in their tracks so that they still have a chance to make a comeback in this match.
I mean, a comeback to 10 points remaining is going to be hard work. It's right there. Zipcat just bought themselves a huge lead, but they have 3 players down right now. It's only their pencil left to defend, and Can Lotuser are back on the attack. They don't need to dunk on the checkpoint. They can simply pair their way forward. They know they need a big attack, a big way in if they want to get back in this game.
Yeah, most definitely. The vacuum came out on the side of Kamodase, and they're just running it. They're just bringing all the points all the way down to 18. That was really scary on the side of Zipcat. You really don't want to blow the insane lead that you have on this map. It's so hard to get the points past 20 on this map, and with 2 whole minutes left in the game still, you really have a lot of chances to make getting to 9 points happen.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, especially since right now it's Zipcat with the Rainmaker. They are in the corner, but they get splatted. Can Lotuser still, as you said, they have a lot of time. They have several opportunities remaining. And right now they're holding control over mid. I believe there's a player or 2 behind them who are going to maybe force them to look behind. But yeah, they could very much get back in the right position. And it looks like the Rainmaker is going to reset as Zipcat playing slowly and methodically are simply making sure the fight stays in mid and not letting Can Lotuser get another good opportunity.
Most definitely. We're seeing the vacuum come out, although it got shut down. That's a really scary position that you don't want to be in. Vacuum just has so much to sustain. It just slows the game down by so much. just like kind of how our 52 was doing on the right side, but they went down, unfortunately. We're seeing the members on Kamlotase really start to, oh, actually, on the side of Zipcat, I mean, start to set up and prevent this Rainmaker from getting any extra footing on their side of the map. And with this vacuum just coming out, just holding the space, just being a threat, you don't want to fill it. You just don't have anything to do. You have to respect the blue team with their vacuum up.
Yeah, right there. Kamlotase, they have their players ready. They are in position to go forward. Zipcat waiting and punishing the pushes right there. 30 seconds left, Gates. And right now, Zipcat are holding very strong.
Yeah, definitely. But on the side of Kamlotase, we're seeing some players get traded out. We're having a vacuum off right now, but there's only 10 seconds left. You can't afford to get flustered by these vacuums and by these point sensors. You need to hold this ground. 5 seconds left. Can we see something happen? Decav finds one. Slider comes out to trade them back. And now there's 2 down on the side of Kamlotase, coming back fast with Cooler, but the vacuum out on the side of Zipcat, stalling the area, just making sure that they can't take the space. You have to watch that back shot. And it's really not looking good for Kamlotase.
And they're forced to move away. They're very prudent, they're keeping themselves alive, but they're losing a lot of time, and here comes the splashdown to crush their dreams and end game number 1. That's going to go towards Zipcat. I mean, that push that Zipcat got, they got the wipeout right under the enemy spawn. They got that huge push. You have to force your way in on this map. And Kamlotase, they got a good push, a push that normally would be a game-winning push, but after what Zipcat did, you need more than that.
Yeah, it simply just wasn't enough. We're looking at this replay here, and we're literally about to see firsthand POV at this wipeout just happening. Insane stuff. And you just push, you just go. They just don't have the respawn times to be able to come back and contest that. And that was really the moment that instantly like solidified their loss in that game. But now we're moving on to Zone's Museum. Do you think, like, is there anything we can expect from either of these teams, Pat, you think?
I think a lot can be expected, honestly, right there. That's I think we have there's still lots of opportunities, and we still cannot just be able to get that one big push. We saw Zipcat forced to respect the play that Kamlotase has. And right there, there's still opportunities, there's still ways forward for Kamlotase, but right now, Zipcat showed us a great play for Rainmaker in that they managed to have that one big push. In Splat Zones, you have to play a bit more throughout the game. It's not one push that will decide it all. It's more your ability to really stay there, hold control over the map. And so, different dynamic, but we're about to see right there on Museum.
Yeah, certainly. The weapons that I think Zipcat have selected, Blaster and also Decav, just 2 really good weapons at holding the space that they're given. Decav with that bubble and that one shot, and Blaster with that speed and that one shot. You just don't want to play corners and open areas with those weapons, but there is a leader on the side of Kamlotase. The leader kind of defies all those things I talked about. It has the range to deal with both of those scary one-shot weapons, and you have to play different around a leader.
Yeah, I mean, Elite has really established itself as an incredibly strong backline long-range weapon that can do so much work, because when an Elite is here, you have to respect it, you have to pay attention to it. But right now, Zipcat is unfazed. Zipcat is not respecting it. They are holding that zone, and they keep holding more and more ground. Look at that, they're going in Nom Nom. Force their way on to the enemy platform, and right there, Zipcat. Oh wait, Well, Zipcat is going to be splatted, and Canvas are going to get the zone back.
Definitely. You can see from here, Kudos on the side of Kanlotus just looking for this paint, just looking for an area to make some impact, and Splashdown comes out on the side of Zipcat with the vacuum and forcing the people on Kanlotus just to like back down instantly or die. And granted, they did just die, but you really can't challenge those specials. You can't easily challenge Splashdown. You can't easily challenge Vacuum. You're going to have to make sure to challenge them when they don't have their specials. And with a Blaster and a Decav, that's going to be really hard to do.
Right now, the Zipcat are able to hold their control so much, but once again, Canvas is reapplying penalty, is retaking some presence in the middle of the map, and right now they're getting the punishes and they don't have much penalty. They're going to be back to scoring points. I say that, but Zipcat, they come back in so fast. Even when they lose player, they're able to get themselves back onto the zone and repaint that zone so fast. Canvas needs to match that pace if they want to get back in this game, because right now it's Zipcat really deciding what the pace of the game is, Jakes.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Pat. We're seeing this fight on the right side of the map here. There's not really many places to go, especially when that leader is just staring daggers at you. But on this, the fight rotates to the left side. We see Ali looking for a pick, finds one, but it's not enough when the rest of their teammates are going down to this leader and the other members on the side of Kamodase. We're seeing this leader just looking for a pick in spawn, but two members on the side of Kamodase going down. They might have to play to be able to extend their lead and catch the lead, but it's going to be very dire, and I'm not too sure if they can do it.
Yeah, more fights coming in. We are so close to the lead for Canvas, and Zipcat has 3 players now. Wait, it's 1v1 for the zone right now. Canvas are jumping their way back in, everybody back to the fight, and the zone is still neutral. Whoever wins this zone has a great option onto the rest of the game, and it's Canvas retaking it, getting the lead, and now pushing Zipcat out. 2 down onto Zipcat, and Canvas, who was struggling, now they are getting the points, and they're looking at a KO right now.
Certainly so. Really need to find your way back in. Only 8 ticks left on the zone. There is not any time to log getting around. Our 96 over here making a play on the right, but it's just not enough. You can't afford to go down that many players with such little time left on the zone. You really have to make sure that you're extending your lives and just playing in a way that you can get your teammates back in so that you don't lose that much ticks on the zone.
Yeah, beautiful play by Canvas. So really very patient. They waited for the right opportunity to really get their control. But once they were there, that's when the power of the Editor shine the brightest. You know, the Editor in position just gives you that much more stability. It's hard to push, but it's also very hard for your opponent to push. And right there, we saw Canvas hold the zone, not let Zipcat come back. And that final fight that decided who would get the zone really sealed the deal, did not let Zipcat really get their way back.
Yeah, I honestly think the pick on the E-leader on this map was a really genius decision, considering that this map is very Charger favored, but also because in a Pen leader matchup, your Pen can't really fight the leader as easily as you may think. The leader outranges it, and it just has superior angles that it can play as a one-shot weapon. You really have to do your best to get your specials or bully the other people on the leader's team in order to make a dent and find stability in that matchup. But enough about Museum, we're on to TC Makomai.
Yep. Tire control on Mako right there. Lots of ledges, lots of different ways to play. Another charger coming on the side of Cannotisser. This time it's going to be the new charger. The Crab Tank is very much still quite a powerful special, especially when you want to secure your tower. That's a great move right there on the side of Cannotisser. But once again, Zipcat very good at fighting, very fast, and right now they are getting control over the map.
Yeah, you can see here on the 96 just looking for a fight and just making sure to be a rat, just playing around the corners of the map, just making sure that nobody can find them. Finding a pick though, and Slim Shady on this 96 trading them out. We can see here that the members of Zipcat are starting to set up for this left side where the tower will be. You definitely need to make sure that you're contesting the enemy from this bottom left just to make sure that your tower rider has enough time to get that checkpoint and start moving the tower to the right side of the map. Splashdown comes down, finding a trade, and the vacuum out right now just completely protecting the tower. You usually don't see stuff like that, but absolutely getting flanked by this Dapple, just not caring about that vacuum at all. 54 points on the side of Zipcat already.
That was a great flank by Damselet with the Dapples right there, forcing Zipcat to wait to go back to protect whatever they have. But Zipcat super jump back in. They're already back into that fight. The tower was reset, but look at that, 2 down on Cannotisser. Zipcat are back on the attack. They're already under that ledge, maintaining the pressure as the tower is moving back forward, Gates.
Yeah, now that they have that first checkpoint done, you really have to be wary of somebody doing that tower jump and getting to the top left of the tower. But as I say that, a flank coming out from the right side of the map from Cannotisser, and the members of Zipcat just not ready to deal with that, fall one by one. And now Cannotisser in position with this crab tank out, looking to get points on the board, looking to steal this lead. We have the blaster on the side of Zipcat just trying to find a pick here. Slim Shady with this Kraken trying to make that jump, but just not able to make that jump and secure a good position. Splashdown coming out, finding 2! Absolutely insane. But now with this vacuum, our 96 here is just going to get run down. There's nothing you can do. The vacuum holds you in place and everybody can just walk at you. It's just not where you want to be. Now Zipcat finding another opportunity to be in advantage.
Zipcat very much cleaning up mid right there. They're back on the attack and they're finally getting to that second checkpoint with the vacuum to protect themselves. Eli simply holding, but the defense by Cannotisser will push them all out. That's going to be the end of that push, it seems, as Zipcat has lost that fight. They managed to put a dent on that checkpoint, Gates, but they didn't manage to completely break it, which means Cannotisser is still within the same checkpoint as them. All they need is one good push. They have a minute and a half to get it. And right there, the big question is, can they push forward? They're able to get a few splats, but Nom Nom's behind them with the Decapitator. Nom Nom's completely dealt with, but the rest of Zipcat is now back in position. We see Bomb from the platform trying to delay the presence from Cannotisser. It's going to be a close one, Gates.
Yeah, we can see Slim Shady finally getting that Kraken onto the top left, but Bomb by the tower, just absolutely masterfully using that AoE, just over here checking whoever is trying to ride tower. You have to clear a bomb, and just living absolute insane jump out, just making sure that you can't touch me. I'm literally invincible in the air, and just making sure to be a nuisance on the side of Cannotisser, just making sure that they just can't push the tower at all. You have to clear that blaster before you get your push started.
Yeah, and right there, Cannotisser needs a bit more. I mean, it's 3v3 on the tower right now. 2 down onto Cannotisser. It's still Zipcat pushing in. It's still Zipcat winning the fights right now. The splashdown will turn that splat into a trade. Slim Shady with the Kraken is trying to create some space, but it's only Zipcat around. That's a great punish. And with 10 seconds left, Cakes. I think that's going to be 2-1 for ZipCat.
And 2-1 indeed. I do want to point out a little thing that happened by the end there. Slim Shady was in Kraken, but Nom Nom just knowing, like, just having that game sense, having that knowledge of knowing that I need to play where this Kraken was popped, so nobody can jump into this Kraken.
Yeah.
You just have to make sure that even though the Kraken can't really do anything by itself, you can just push it off the tower so that it can't force overtime. Nobody else on the team can jump in to try and fight with that Kraken at the same time. And I thought that was like really, really impressive and just like a really cool thing to remember and note.
Yeah. I mean, both Bomb and Nom Nom were all around with that Decapitator and the Blaster. They were simply going around the map and staying alive and forcing everybody from the enemy team to really look at them, pay attention to them, and they couldn't splat them because they were constantly dancing, dodging, and making sure that you had to pay attention to them, but also making sure that you could not fully splat them. That's a beautiful game by ZipCat. But that was the map with all the ledges. Now we're going to a much flatter map, Cakes, as we are going on to Barnacle and Die.
Yeah, I am honestly kind of worried for ZipCat in this instance. Can Lotus has a one-shot charger. They have played that E-Leader, they have played that V-Charger and Crab Charger, and I feel like without the amount of cover that the last couple of maps have had, it's going to be a real challenge. You peek out for 1 second and you get your head blown off because they have a one-shot charger. I just think that this might be a map that may favor Cam Lotusur, and we'll just have to see if they can bring it to a game 5, or will ZipCat just say that the map doesn't matter to them and just move on.
Well, the Elite is back on the side of Cam Lotusur, which isn't a surprise on this map. Elite is very, very powerful, very present. But ZipCat, they have a few tools to survive it between the vacuum and the bubbler. Of course, they have ways to protect themselves, but already Cam Lotusur is opening strong, going in and are getting splat after splat. It's only Tame left, and that's a wipeout in favor of Cam Lotusur. Cam Lotusur passing the clams forward. They're going to open that basket, and they have more clams to put in, Cakes.
Yeah, we can see Slim Shady taking a lot of attention, but also holding these clams, making sure that ZipCat has to consider them a threat. You have to look at me, or else I will throw these clams in. They get all the clams in and survive long enough to get a jump, which they get the ball in. Kudos on the side of Cam Lotusur, just making sure to play back, and you have to run here. You can't lose that cooler. But now ZipCat in position, they're getting their clam economy set up, and you really need to make sure to stop their push, because this map does not have that many clams, but the clams spawn pretty close. So you have to make sure to keep the enemy out, or else they'll just snowball. And snowballing is just something that ZipCat just wasn't able to do. In that instance, they all went down because of that leader.
They were so close, Cakes. They had so many clams as well, but they could not put these clams in the basket as they got right under it. And now it's Cam Lotusur. Again, as you say, they have control of the map right now. They're the ones getting the splats, they're the ones getting the rhythm. But ZipCat just got 2 splats, including on the Lita. The Zap is the last squid standing for Cam Lotusur. ZipCat will retake control of the space, and with that splashdown, they're able to really establish themselves right there. They have a lot of presence on the map, but they lost a few too many players as well. I guess ZipCat, I mean, they've got a super clan now. They have retaken the ground that they lost, but Cam Lotusur does not seem to want to stop right now.
Yeah, exactly. Our leader just holding this ball and finding a super good pick onto Ellie on that pen. And now Cam Lotusur with the basket open, with 8 clams to their name, can we see them push the lead? There's one super clam on the side of Camlo Desir, but only getting a ball in that shortens their penalty. But even just shortening their penalty will do a lot in terms of just getting them one step closer to winning this game.
I don't know. They just gave a free super clam to Zipcat right there, and now Zipcat is back in the defensive position, are going to push them out. With 2 minutes left in the game, much more could happen. We'll see which team will be able to capitalize off of that. Right now, it looks like Zipcat are able to get back into mid, and with a vacuum, they are threatening to push forward once again, but cannot serve. It feels like this game they have Zipcat figured out, and they're able to win a few fights. But as I say that, they lose 2 players, and Zipcat will be able to push once again.
Yeah, Zipcat and Camlotus are just trading players back and forth, 2 down on one side, 2 down on the other side, and just this perpetual neutral fight that we have going on right here. But on the side of Camlotus, we are finding these picks. However, the specialists coming out on the side of Zipcat are pushing the members out. We can see here the Slim Shady just looking for that pick on plat, but now Kudo's on plat, and we're really trying to reset up our defensive hold. We don't want Zipcat to get in at all and create any leverage for them to snowball.
I mean, Zipcat, they were so close to pushing in once again, but once again they got splatted, they got punished. And right now, Camlotus are setting themselves forward, are taking control, getting splat after splat. Damselet grabbing the tactical and pushing forward, big splash down to punish. The basket is open once again, and it's only 60 points left. They have enough clams, and they're under. They're putting more clams in, just 1 clam, and that's game for Camlotus. We are going to a game number 5, Cakes.
Wow, game 5. Honestly, I just didn't think we were gonna get here. I just think the map pick was just a really hard map for Zipcat. Just the lack of cover with your decav and with your blaster just really put a dent in their plan. And although with the 96 scales vacuum you're able to basically set up portable cover whenever you want, you can't do that all the time. And in the times that they weren't able to do that, Canlotaser just finding their options, just finding their moments where they can just go in and just wreak havoc on the rest of the team, really proved to be very strong and very powerful in that match.
I mean, Cakes, right there, both teams have won on their map pick. That's every time team was on their map pick, they won. Now we're going to a tiebreaker, the map that was chosen not by the teams but by the tournaments. For Rainmaker, it's Undertow Spillway, and now the big question is which team will be able to do better on the neutral map. I mean, I say neutral, but it's a map with a lot of ledges, and we've seen Zipcat be very happy to play around ledges, Cakes.
Yeah, that is indeed very true. I think the nooks and cranny and corners of this map will prove to be very, very advantageous towards Zipcat, considering they do have both the blaster and the decav. Decav loving to play around corners to get an easy one-shot, and just blaster being able to hit around them. But both teams opting to go back to their vacuums. We're seeing a repeat of game 1, basically. And if we're seeing this mirror of game 1, I'm really worried to think that we might see an exact mirror in the score for game 1 too.
It's a different map, and it's a map where a comeback is a bit easier than it is on Scorch Gorge. And I mean, we cannot discount either of these teams. We're in winners finals. One thing for sure is that it's terrifying to have your position in grand finals being decided by a game of Rainmaker. Right now, Camlotus is opening very strong. They already have a checkpoint, and they have the numbers advantage as well. Zipcat defending as well as they can. The Rainmaker moving forward, trying to go in the vacuum to defend it, but Camlotus is still forced to wait. They're able to get But point 16 already, and we're still in the first minute, Cakes, and they're still pushing in.
That's absolutely ludicrous in my opinion. Just being able within the first minute to be able to get all the way to 16, that
Yeah.
is a really good start for Undertow Spillway for any team that you are playing on. But Camelot Desert just not ready to give up. We can see Demsla on this blaster in the back just looking for something to do, but not being able to find any more than one pick.
Ooh,
But 3 down on the side of Camelot Desert. This is prime time for Zipcat to be able to walk in and be able to get this check. The vacuum 96 just popping that back, getting this check easily, and we're going to see a start to snowball for Zipcat. You really need to make sure that you're not going down here, or else you will be in a world of hurt.
these two teams are never stopping. Every time a team is able to get something, the other answers. Zipcat got their checkpoint. Nom Nom is still in position as the Rainmaker is getting reset. I guess we're forced to move back on the side of Zipcat. Slim Shady is struggling to decide. I think they know Slim Shady is here. That could cost them. And here comes the splats coming from Camelot Zipcat. I mean, they got their checkpoint, you know, their next push will be faster, will go smoother, but right now it's Camelot moving forward back again and getting themselves opportunities.
Yeah, definitely. On the side of Zipcat, we just have Ellie here, just looking for an angle, not finding any, so jumping out. But now Kudos with this Rainmaker just barreling forward, just looking to push points. Nom Nom setting up this bubble to stall as long as possible. But the 96 on the side of Zipcat did go down, so there's only so much they can do with that bubble. And we're not going to have a vacuum just yet, but we will have a vacuum soon, and that could prove to be very deadly for Cadlodacer and their hopes in pushing a bit more.
Yeah, Camelot is a beautiful use of a vacuum right there, but Bomb is having none of it. Trying to splash down in is not going to be enough. Camelot is playing the clock right now. 15 seconds left on the Rainmaker. They're simply keeping it here, keeping it on that side of the map. That's going to slow down the next push from Zipcat, who have a minute and a half left, but they need a monster push if they want to get back in that game. And look at that, all of Camelot is in the perfect position to keep them from going through mid.
I completely agree with you. Cadlodacer just absolutely just finding the angles to shut Zipcat down before they can even get started. And we saw how Damslet was able to just walk in and just find the Rainmaker and just keep attention on themselves for so long, so that Zipcat just wasn't able to do anything. But now, 2 down on the side of Zipcat, now 3. The bubble comes out, but only 50 seconds left on the clock. This is just not a position you want to find yourself in if you are Zipcat. You really need to make sure that you can get something on the board so that you don't have to play for overtime here.
Yeah, Camelot is right there. Very strong, very much holding their ground. 30 seconds left and Zipcat needs to push in. The Rainmaker is stuck on glass for Camelot, so that's a great move. No, wait, they drop it. They still want to threaten to push, and they're doing exactly that. 15 seconds left. Slim Shady is going to be splatted. That's 2 down on Camelot, so that's one last push opportunity for Zipcat. They need to make it work. They need to grab that Rainmaker, and they can't make a mistake anymore. They already lost 2 players. Eli is stuck, and that's a wipeout to end this upper finals. Can Lotuser is going to go on in grand finals.
Wow, really good showing from both teams, but I suppose an even better one from Cadlodacer at the end, just finding a pick onto Nom Nom with that bomb just in order to make a path for the 52 gal to just be able to walk in and just find a pick on the Rainmaker. Ellie with the Rainmaker by themselves, and just nobody there to help them. As you can see here, Slim Shady just going in, just finding that pick. And just don't like that's not a position you just want to be in at the end here.
Hey, overtime with Rainmaker is always so hard because the enemy team only needs one splat, and depending on how the map is made, it's going to be hard to deny that one splat. Right there, Canvatisser gets the W, gets their way on to Grants. It's not the end for Zipcat though. They're going to go on to the lower bracket. We'll see more of them very, very soon. Right after this short break, we'll go to lower bracket.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Paddling Pool 362. I'm here with Pat.
Yeah. And we are now in the lower bracket semis, and because it's lower bracket, we are back to best of 3. All the pressure is on So What Gang and Blanks to know who will move forward on to the lower bracket finals where they will face Zipcat. I'd like to say, Cakes, I am biased towards both of these teams because I met some of these people on both sides this weekend at Full Wipe LAN in France, and so yeah, much love to them.
That's awesome.
And good luck to both teams.
I hope everybody had fun at the LAN. Sounds like a great time.
Very fun LAN.
But you know what else sounds like fun and a great time? This first map that we're about to play, everybody's favorite map, Rainmaker Humpback. Everybody loves this map. I love this map. Do you love this map?
Everybody?
Everybody. If you're listening to my voice right now, you love this map.
I feel like some people love this map more than others.
Oh, that might be true.
I feel like Buckets and Rollers love this map a bit more than, say, everybody else.
And speaking of Buckets and Rollers, we have both of those on the side of So What Gang. But a slightly surprising pick if you haven't been watching Blanks for a bit, Hydra from the side of Blanks. But I'm not too scared. I've seen this before, I believe. So here we go.
The one thing you should be scared of is Geku on the Carbon Roller for So What Gang. Geku is incredibly scary, and especially on this map, Carbon can just delete you like it just did onto the Hydra right there. The hammer will rain down and allow Blanks to get the space to get the first checkpoint. That's a nice opening by Blanks. Getting the checkpoint that early is pretty good for them. Now the big question is, can they get the follow through?
We'll have to see. Rainmaker picks up and goes down basically instantly, but we do have Multi and our Hydra right here just looking to hold this Rainmaker, and this insane shark from Multi. The back cap gets shut down instantly. Oh, that would have been crazy if that got off. Gecko with this Carbon just chasing people down and just commanding the space on this right side of the map.
That's a few more points for Blanks right there, and they managed to gain the time for the rest of the team to get back in position. Benny getting the splats thanks to that. So What Gang very much in the right position right there, but they still need to bring that Rainmaker to the checkpoint. Geku is going to break through. Beautiful dunk, but Blanks answers very... Oh, the suction! The big suction bomb right there.
Oh, but the Rainmaker pop.
Yeah. Oh! Oh!
Wait, they didn't drop the rain. Oh my gosh, the vacuum comes out, and the points are to be had. And Benny just living through that vacuum shot, and they just clean up the members of So What Gang, just rotating this Rainmaker to the right side of the map and dropping it so that there can be no back caps to be had. And now we're back kind of in a neutral state.
I mean, that's a huge wipeout that gave So What Gang a big lead right there. Blanks able to respawn in time to save themselves to hold what they could. Now we're only halfway through the game, and especially on this map mode, no lead is safe. But So What Gang knows that they're pushing once again. They're making sure that Rainmaker stays on their enemy team's side. And Blanks is forced to grab that Rainmaker, drop it to the side. And now I'm waiting for another... Oh, wait! They got splatted again!
Yeah, but we can see the splish picking up this Rainmaker. Blanks just trying to get this base, and we just see you running the Rainmaker, putting some points on the board, just not caring for setup and just going for these points. Benny doing with this Carbon. Gecko just looking to get a kill, finds a kill on Yushi Forever, who jumps in. And now the Rainmaker on the side of So What Gang, just trying to do what Blanks did on their push now. just going in and just looking for those extra points.
Yeah, except so what, gang, they know they can take their time. They know they can play it steady. If the clock is ticking, that's good for them, but they just lost a lot of players right now. Blanks are able to get the splats they need, and the Hydra Obna is in the right position with a bubbler. The rest of the team is following through. The pop is for them. The Rainmaker only needs to be grabbed, but all of So What Gang is in the right position. Beautiful snipe right there by Dr. Pigeon, aka Jay. And So What Gang are in the right position. They're going to push once again.
Yeah, Mehi just holding this Rainmaker, just absolutely just stalling the timeout. You only have 40 seconds left, and if you can't get a push in time, that's just it. You need to be able to kill Mehi on this Rainmaker right now, so you have some extra time. 10 seconds left on the clock, but it won't do them any justice to let the Rainmaker live for any longer. Rainmaker goes down, trying to push a bit more points before popping, but now the members of So What Gang are already in position to play for this next defense. Splash on this try, just holding that choke, just making sure that even if they have time on the clock to stall the Rainmaker and try to look for something, they have this vacuum, they have this jetpack. Gecko with this carbon looking for a pick, but can't find it, so no Zuka. But still two specials on the board with Cooler on the side of So What Gang. They're really primed and ready to make this game end right now.
Yeah, right there. Blanks is going to have to concede that first game. Once again, overtime with the Rainmaker is tough. It's risky. It takes a lot to get back. Not this time for Blanks. So What Gang will take game number 1.
Honestly, that was a really back and forth game for like a bit there, Pat. Even though that So What Gang was able to solidify their lead pretty handily, it was still very much very scary whenever both teams had the Rainmaker, because they can just their explosive movement, they can just go and just collect even more points no matter which side they're pushing on. Really scary stuff from both teams.
Yeah, very much. Rough one for Blanks, but again, Blanks were not that far behind. I mean, 10 points behind. It was just an extra push that they struggled to get as they got stuck into that corner of the map a lot, the corner that we see right there. Now, it's game number 1. It was Rainmaker. Now we're going on Clamblitz on Scourge Gorge, a map mode that plays very differently. That is all a bit more open, not as good for Geku with the carbon, who will still be dangerous. Geku will always be dangerous, but I mean, going on to Scourge Gorge, maybe Blanks will have a bit more time to react to these attacks.
Yeah, certainly. As they're going into it, at this match point match, Blanks is really gonna have to cook up something and get themselves out of the hot water that they have been put in by So What Gang. But we're seeing the classic L3 with the jetpack from Glash, and we're seeing an edit splatling, my expertise. Glad to see it.
Yeah, headed splatting, very, very fast weapon, great cooler option for any team right there, especially on Clamblitz. Having the curling can allow you to move faster, to push into a position much faster. But right now, So What Gang are there, are taking the positions, are punishing everybody, and they already have enough clams to make a ball. Already they have everything they need to push forward.
Yeah, and we can see them just scrambling around the map, just looking to find a position that'll get them in. But Blanks just cutting off every angle of attack and just making sure that no, we don't have any openings for you to exploit Benny with this Luna Blaster somehow living but finding a pick on that Carbon. And now we're all set up in mid. You see Forever just going in with this bubble, bubble down, and just holding the space so that our edit can just walk in and just keep the pressure up.
Both teams right now trading blow for blow. Nobody's really able to get in far enough to really open the basket and score some points. Right there, So What Gang trying to hold all of their clans, and with 2 players down onto Blanks, that could be a huge opportunity for them. They are moving forward. Benny activating the hammer, but that's still going to be a basket open, and there's still super clans left to push in. Can Benny and the pencil go to the... Oh! Well, that's a pretty nice defense by Blanks, all things considered, Kate.
Yeah, only conceding 40 points over the So What Gang, even though there was a lot stacked against them. But Blanks just retaliating back instantly. They have all these clams, and we're just not able to throw them in. But it's okay, we're back fast with Cooler, and we'll be able to get some specials and try again soon. Glash just finding these clams to just make a ball, just passing it off to teammates. You always want to make sure you have a power clam on your side so that you can get that extra special charge and just be able to develop your push a little bit sooner. Blank's going down 2 though, 3 now, just not what you want to see. Really trying to make a push and trying to make a hold happen here, but Clam goes in, 34 points left on the board. Glash on the snipe with 3 clams, but Glash has all the clams. We're going to need to get somebody else to get these clams so we can get some more points in.
Yeah, Benny left alone to defend for Blanks right there. All of So What Gang was moving back to get more clams, but the basket is going to close. Everybody from Blanks is now back in defensive position, but So What Gang has been unrelenting. And look at that, they already have another pair of balls right there. And these super clams are pushing in. And they have so many clams. So What Gang want the KO, they want the points. Blanks defending as much as they can.
Yeah, and So What Gang with this bubble, with this jetpack out, just looking to clear the members of Blank so that they can get... Wait! Back cap! Huh? You see Pepper just behind the enemy team, and they jump a ball. They just jump a ball over and start scoring clams on the other team's side. How did they do that?
They just went around and scored a lot of clams in. Blanks able to turn things around right there. But now that the basket fire is down, So What Gang is still in position. They're still able to push. They just lost their clams though. Blanks still holding, Blanks still alive. What an action, what a move by them. This game is certainly not over, but Blanks needs another surprise, and even a bigger one, if they want to win this game.
Yeah, most definitely. We see how the Carbon on the side of So What Gang very patiently just holding on the top mid. But enough about that. So What Gang just got another score! And with Medhi with this ball, if this ball gets in, that will be the game. Glash just still holding up and throws the ball in, and that's it!
Yeah.
That's just it. That's the set.
Yeah, we were 15 seconds away from the end, but So What Gang wanted their KO, wanted to make a point. But this was their game, their domination right there. Great showing by Blanks, but certainly not enough against a team as powerful, as fast, as dangerous as So What Gang, who are now qualified to meet ZipCat in lower bracket finals.
What a match. Can we talk about that back cap? How did that even happen? How did that back cap even happen? Was I just not paying attention? Like, how?
So
how
What
did
Gang,
Yushi ever just get behind?
I think So What Gang were almost happy to let blanks take it, because they had so many
Yeah.
clams, so much position. Letting a few clams go in for blanks, and then once the basket is closed, So What Gang just extended their lead. They had more clams, they had more time, they had more presence. And losing a few, letting blanks take a few clams, that was fine by then, it seems. They managed to get their victory.
Yeah. So even though you got a back calf, that still doesn't mean that you'll be able to swap the lead or even win the game. Great insight.
And that's what you need as a team at that level. You need to play for the long run, for the objective long term. But let's get a small break, Cakes, as we'll be right back for the lower bracket finals. And we're back with more Battling Pool 362. And of course, because we are now in lower bracket finals, we are back to a best of 5 gigs. We have more games to watch. We've seen both ZitCat and So What Gang. We know how fast both of these teams can go. And again, I've seen players from ZitCat at Pool Wipe as well. Everybody was there, and it was lovely to meet you all. I feel like I need to shout out the people who were at the LAN.
Yeah, go to your local LANs if you can. Definitely support the scene in person whenever you can. Who do you? I'm gonna put you in a tough spot here, Pat. Who are you gonna root for? Who are you picking to root for?
I'm never answering that question. I am never answering that question. You will not get a beat out of me. I am rooting for a good game, and that's what I'm sure we're going to get, considering how good all 8 of these players are.
I completely agree with you. We're back on TC Mako. We saw Zipcat's exploits on this stage earlier. I wonder if they can do it again. But speaking of, can they do it again? So what, gang? Just not even caring about the performance that they showed in winners finals. They don't care, and they're just pushing this tower all the way past the 50 mark. It has only barely been 30 seconds, and we are already over 50% over on the side of So What, gang. Zipcat really needs to make a rebuttal.
Yeah, So What, gang? Opening incredibly strong. Gecko with a carbon on this map is such a danger. That's 2 down on Zipcat once again. So What, gang is not stopping. They're pushing forward. They're jumping their way into the opponent's spawn. Huge checkpoints down already. We're going to the last one, and they're still 2 down onto Zipcat. So What, gang are simply maintaining their numbers advantage. Nice defense. Zipcat able to save their presence. Beautiful moves by Num Num right here to clean everything up.
I certainly agree with you. So What, gang just not being barely not being able to clear all 3 checks on this map. But Medi on this mini just deep into the enemy territory, just looking to drag attention and find maybe even a pick or 2, resetting now. But the Carbon going in and jumping out, just trying to drag attention and just trying to get people out of position as the members of So What, gang just start stacking up and starting to use their specials to find these picks. 3 down on the side of Zipcat.
Yeah, and So What, gang is back on the offensive, back moving forward. That tower, Zipcat trying to delay, trying to defend, but they're getting pummeled, and oh! The double right there. I think that was the inkjet, as So What, gang is getting back to the 3rd and final checkpoint, Gates.
Yeah, Medi with this hammer just jump swinging to clear anybody who's trying to push the tower. 2 down on the side of Zipcat, but Nom Nom just chilling by the tower, looking to kill anybody, not finding any picks, and Bomb just trying to hold their own, just trying to make sure that the tower cannot see any more points. Nom Nom coming back swiftly and finding another pick onto the tower. But Dr. Pigeon just in the top right, how did they get there? Holding that space and just simply refusing to leave until Bomb came over to shut them down. Gecko cleaning it up first.
Yeah, but that allowed So What, gang to keep control over all of mid. Zipcat needs to mount a push just to get the tower back into the middle of the map. They need to use so many resources right now, as So What, gang is happy to meet them in a fight. 2 down onto Zipcat once again. It feels like constantly So What, gang is getting more from these fights, and they're moving forward back again. So What, gang is on fire right now.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. So What, gang just constantly finding picks and just eyeing to push the tower at any chance they can. As long as they have the objective, they get that special charge bonus from having the objective, and that means Zipcat doesn't have control. That's more time for them to stall out Zipcat's clock. With only a minute left, Zipcat really needs to stop them from getting this tower so that they can get their own set of points on the board and turn the game around.
They haven't scored. They haven't scored. They really need something big in order to get it back in this game right now. 2 down onto So What, gang could be the opportunity they have been looking for. Remember, on tower control, momentum is everything. Zipcat finally able to push that tower forward, but can they maintain the momentum as So What Gang is already getting themselves back in position, Cakes.
Yeah, Dr. Pigeon on this top right, just eyeing the tower, just looking to hit anybody at least once so that the members on the side of So What Gang can follow up and do some extra damage. We're finally breaking the 50% mark on the side of Zipcat, but with only 3 seconds left on the board, this second check, a brutal bloodbath, just absolutely getting shut down from So What Gang. The jetpack on one side, the rest of the members on the other. You need to clear something fast, or else you will get sandwiched just like that.
Yeah, So What Gang really felt like they were on top of everything. They were on top of the fights, they were on top of the map, they were on top of the pace of the game. Zipcat able to get one push at the last minute, but the last minute is a rough time to push because all it takes is one too many splats and suddenly the game is over. Beautiful game, beautiful play by So What Gang. Zipcat needs to up their game right now if they want to match that kind of firepower.
I definitely think if Zipcat was able to get that final push a little bit earlier, say even a minute earlier with 2 minutes left on the clock, that game certainly would have went a lot different for Zipcat there. You really have to find a way to break the enemy's momentum in tower control. But another momentum-based game mode we have coming up right now, Rainmaker Scorch Gorge. We saw a very cool play from Zipcat in was it Zipcat in winners finals on this map?
Zipcat won that map in winners finals, and
yes.
But one thing to note, Cakes, is that both teams picked this map mode. Both teams have this map mode
both teams
on their list, want to play on here. So there's a lot of work for Zipcat if they want to come back. But for sure, this is a map they like. This is a map they want. This is a map where they'll have a bit more space to play, I feel, which they like. So we'll see if they're able to make it work. Of course, I mean, So What Gang right now, they dominated game number 1 and they intend to do the same here on Rainmaker.
All right, and we're off. No comp changes from either side. So another set of another game with the same set of weapons. 2 down already on the side of Zipcat, and make that 3. So What Gang already just asserting dominance and just making sure to go as fast as possible. Already getting the check, and it hasn't even been 30 seconds yet.
And that's what we've seen from them. The fast openings, the strong team fights, the jetpack to keep it going. Geku running forward, going to 34 points already in 40 seconds. And it's still the first minute, and So What Gang already had a huge push into enemy territory. And Zipcat forced to play comeback now, already forced to claw their way back into mid. They have the bubbler in the right spot to allow themselves to move in, but So What Gang is there to defend them, and Zipcat will have to fight their way to the checkpoint now.
Yeah, one thing that Zipcat does that So What Gang just doesn't is this vacuum, but that vacuum just not even saving them from getting picked, their Rainmaker carrier picked off. It's just bomb left in mid, and the members of So What Gang don't really seem to be very concerned with taking them out, just opting to play more hard defense. While I'm going in with this splashdown, not finding a pick, but Glash popping the jetpack just to retaliate and just looking to disperse the members of Zipcat. Biting a pick onto Bomb though on the jump in. Very impressive with that jetpack.
The specials from So What Gang have been so powerful, so impressive. Both the jetpack and the hammer, they get the splats. They force all of Zipcat to go away, to move around, to wait for a better time. And so what, gang, just like that, is grabbing back the Rainmaker. They didn't even lose the checkpoint right there, Kate. Beautiful control by So What, gang. Zipcat back to the drawing board, forced to wait. Tame activating the vacuum to just stay alive, it seems. It's going to be worth for them. Oh! Oh!
Oh, a 3 down on the side of So What, gang. This is a valid opportunity for Zipcat to go in and find that check, which they do. The Rainmaker carrier does go down, which will mean they're down 1, but Ellie is back fast and in position to get this chip damage. The vacuum is out, but goes down to the hammer, and we're trying to see a repop, but it's just not enough. We just don't have enough players to get that repop. They got it down all the way to 35, showing that Zipcat is still alive in this game. They are down but not out.
They can. They are so close behind, but so close is not enough. Right there, Zipcat able to get a few more splats, though. The Rainmaker is right there. They're gonna get the repop. That is huge bomb. Now in control of the Rainmaker with the bubbler.
Oh.
That's the lead for Zipcat, and the vacuum almost gave them even more points. Couldn't get in the section area fast enough, I think. That's going to be 20 points remaining for Zipcat, and now So What, gang? Going into the last minute, they're going to need to mount another push.
Yeah, So What, gang? Oh, what? Huh? Wait, what?
What?
Oh, the shark! The shark on the left side! The shark on the left side by the pedestal! Oh my gosh, I saw it and I didn't even acknowledge it. Oh my gosh, the back cap!
Zipcat with the
Oh my gosh.
surprise! Hey, at this level, it's not supposed to happen. It's not supposed to happen, but Zipcat with the cheeky KO ends the game. So What, gang? They started this game confident, and then they lost the lead, and then that's a crushing. That's a beginner mistake right here.
Yeah, just not doing everything in your power to clear out all of the members on the side of Zipcat after their push. You have to make sure that there is no sharks. There's everybody has been cleared, is what I mean to say. You have to, especially on Rainmaker, we can see Nom Nom with that
Nom
shark
Nom
right
here.
there, and just
Yeah.
barely
Oh,
not getting turfed over, barely not getting covered, and that's what leads to that back cap. But now, match point. No, it's game 5, not match point. It's 1-1 right now. And now we are on to Zones Umami.
Umami. Yeah. A map that was chosen by Team So What, gang. Going into this game, we'll see how they're able to do. And yeah, Zipcat back. Trying again to. I mean, you can't cap the zone without your opponent noticing, so they won't have that option right here. Now it's all about taking control, staying in mid, and right there, So What, gang, going in and trying to take control. It looks like they have the extra splats, and they're going to get the zones.
Yeah, definitely. Gecko with this carbon just looking to pressure front, retreating now Medi with this with our mini, with this hammer, going in with this Zuka, trying to find a pick onto the pen. I think pen jumps out. Oh no, we trade out with the decav, but now there's a lot of space created in their base. Ellie already on that top right, just looking to shut down anybody who's brave enough to try and come and walk in. Nom Nom playing in this vacuum, just trying to clear out the stragglers under in the dugout. And we have Gecko just going in yet again, just constantly just trying to play for that main and put pressure down.
That's a lot of splats right there in favor of Zipcat. They're gonna get back onto the zone. Geku only getting a trade will allow Zipcat to really set themselves forward. All of Sowat Gang is back on in the fight right there, back already contesting the zones. The Hammer coming behind everybody is going to get a big splat onto Zipcat's backline. That's going to allow Sowat Gang to really take back control. Bomb Bomb and Num Num right there are getting splatted before they can really take their presence. That's rough for Zipcat. Sowat Gang already making quick work of their penalty cakes.
Yeah, with only 20 ticks left on the zone, Zipcat is really going to have to find an opening to get in here. We have this vacuum just being able to take down the Inkjet. Now it's a 2v2 from both teams. You really need to prioritize looking to stall this zone or to stall the enemies and find these picks to get your teammates back in. It seems that the latter was chosen, but was just not enough to stop Sowat Gang's reign of terror. And that is the third map going in favor of Sowat Gang.
Yeah, back to business for Sowat Gang. That's the team we saw in game number 1. Fast, dominant, on top of the fight, making sure that you cannot get an inch from them without paying for it with your life. Zipcat, they were close. They were able to get back onto the zone several times, but they were not really able to push Sowat Gang out of there. There was constantly a fight in mid that they had to take care of before they could look forward. And you have to push. You have to push yourself forward in order to win that game. That's 2-1 in favor of Sowat Gang. And Zipcat now forced back to the wall. They know that they cannot lose a game anymore, otherwise they will be out of this tournament.
Yes, indeed. And out of the tournament is what you do not want. But we do have Clams a Museum coming up, and for a team with vacuum like Zipcat, this might be the lucky break that they need in order to maybe even cheese out some points or even a victory against Sowat Gang and keep themselves in this set.
It's their map pick. It's their map pick. So they need to make it work. They need to find back all the energy they were able to get on Rainmaker. They need it again, this time on Cloudbeds.
Certainly so. I think at least for Zipcat there might be a little bit of trouble because one of the players on Sowat Gang has a tendency, at least on Rainmaker, to flex to a hammer option. We might not see that happen to deal with the vacuum, since they already been doing good without it, but that's just something to keep in mind. Ooh, Glash swapping from L3 onto the jetpack, the cooler Tri-Slosher, and now we have another sighting of another leecher, this time from Dr. Pigeon.
Yes, Dr. Pigeon with the respawn Punisher Elite right there, trying to get some splats from the side as well. And it looks like Sowat Gang, I mean, they've had the monster openings. That's been their signature. And already they're taking control over mid, and they're looking forward onto the opponent's platform. They want to go in, but as you said, the vacuum is allowing Zipcat to get back control of space to force their way back in. Boom is in the right position with the blaster, will regroup with the rest of the team. Geku is seen, and that's only a trade for the carbon, as Glash is already trying to move forward. Both teams trying to create something, but it looks like Sowat Gang already have the Super Clam, and Zipcat not able to collect many clams so far.
Zipcat really solidifying their position on this left side of the map. Nam going in and finding a swift trade, Bomb jumping in and getting out with their life. But Dr. Pigeon just looking to find a pick from across the map and turn the tides in Zoa Gang's favor. Bomb just holding the space on the right, just keeping Glash here. Glash having to give up the area and move. And that will be a score from the side of Zipcat.
Yeah, that's 20 points for Zipcat, but only 20 points for Zipcat. So what gang able to defend very well to limit the damage and to pummel the pencil with these Zuka shots. That's not enough to get the splats through, and it looks like Zipcat are still in position to push forward. They have a lot of clams, they have a lot of splats, they have Nom in the right position. They get splatted. No super clam yet. So what gang still able to save themselves. And Bomb is getting a splash down, but they just lost all their clams. I mean, Zipcat was under that basket so long, cakes, but it did not matter.
Yeah, even when in position, you have to make sure, especially in clams, to get those clams to somebody. If you have clams, you need to make a ball. You can't have all of your clams dispersed around your entire team, because you will spend too much time trying to get into position and trying to make a ball, and your enemies will definitely capitalize on that. But speaking of capitalizing, one down on the side of Zipcat, and So What Gang with their ball already in hand, 2 balls in hand, looking to make something happen. We miss 1 ball, but we do get another in. That will be 80 points. Wait,
Glash!
that will be
Glash
40 points. 40 points because of Glash on the side of So What Gang. The lead tips in favor yet again of So What Gang.
Yeah, Zipcat now needing another push, but they have a lot of clams this time and 2 down onto So What Gang. It looks like Zipcat is able to get more and more and more Medi. Getting the splat on the super clam is huge, though. That's forcing everybody else from Zipcat to move back. They save that ball, but So What Gang just is going to keep the lead now. Tame activating the vacuum, forcing the team in. And big question is, can they stay in there? But no, it looks like they're gonna be splatted. 3 down. Zipcat once again getting a lot of advantage, but not being able to turn that advantage into point cakes.
Yeah, I think the leader from Dr. Pigeon on the side of So What Gang is definitely causing a ruckus and just slowing down their push. Nom getting sniped by the aforementioned player as I'm speaking, but Medhi with this hammer just looking to make a play, just looking to just find an opening for
They're here. Oh, they missed! They missed, but no, they got the basket open and they have the clams to get the lead. They're able to in the last 15 seconds of a game, and that cost them a wipeout. That's a lot of presence. That's a lot of opportunities for So What Gang. All So What Gang needs is to open the basket and to put 1 extra clam in after. They have so many super clams there. Glash is right under everybody. Medi using the hammer to create opportunities. Geku is behind everybody with the carbon. And no, they're not able to open the basket though. They're not able to open the basket. All their super clams are not enough. And Zipcat once again gets a crazy comeback and pushes to a game number 5.
Very impressive from Zipcat there, having to go so many players down just to get that back up was certainly very scary for them, considering that all of So What Gang was still up and alive and just ready to go, but they were expertly able to hold the space and just keep the members of So What Gang out just long enough that some cracks could be formed in their offense and they could just find the players one by one to get picks off of and just secure their overtime win. Very impressive from Zipcat there.
Yeah, great moves by both of these teams. That's a very tense lower bracket finals. I mean, upper bracket finals went to a game 5. We are going to a game 5 once again. Zipcat feeling the pressure. They know what they need to do now. Up next, our final game of this bracket will be Tower Control on Inkblot Art Academy. To decide it all, I mean, it's the classic Tower Control map. Both of these teams know what to do here, have a plan at the ready now. The big question is who will be able to get the upper hand.
We're on Tower Control again. This is gonna be very scary, I think, for Zipcat. Just considering how dominant and just how aggressive So What Gang was on the first map, TC Mako, just being taken to another TC game, they're going to have to really show the fruits of their labor and show what they've learned fighting So What Gang for the last couple of matches. Because TC again being a momentum-based mode will be really scary.
Yeah, for sure. But I feel like what really gave the edge to So What Gang in the first game was the fact that we were on Mako, because that's such a good map for Geku. And Geku alone just is able to flip the game completely. This map, Inkblot, is very neutral. This is the kind of map where any weapon is going to be good. We're going to see more of the carbon, but I feel like if there's one player to really look out for, it's going to be Bomb with the Blaster. Blaster on Tower Control, we know how dangerous that weapon can be, and that Blaster has become a staple of competitive Splatoon. We see it everywhere, and for good reason.
Most certainly. And now that Bomb goes down, as I was formulating a thought to say about them, as well as Nom Nom as well. But So What Gang just starting their push, Gecko on the steps, just getting into that bats immediately and just putting the pressure on Tame to make something happen, just move out of the way or try and live. Flash with this jetpack, and we're seeing the first check's already done. We're moving on to the second check on the side of So What Gang.
That jetpack right there is so dangerous, so powerful, and So What Gang is past the second checkpoint. They still have the numbers advantage. They keep getting splat after splat. The Bubbler was there to protect the third checkpoint, but it looks like Zipcat is able to respawn, is able to push So What Gang away. Huge first push. Takes huge first push, but Zipcat are able to survive, are able to keep themselves in the fight now, where they need to paint mid before they can move forward, because already So What Gang are willing to fight them right now.
Gecko just finding a trade onto I think Bomb there, and just Glass just holding this left side with this jetpack. Oh, they died. I'm sorry, but the members of So What Gang are just really trying to keep up their presence on this left side, just making sure that they keep the tower here and that everybody has to play the side of the map that they will be more advantage on, especially with this jetpack. The jetpack has the ability to challenge the height that Zipcat has, so it's really scary for the members on Zipcat just trying to play defense. Nom Nom all the way in mid, playing super far away from their team, trying to make something happen in the back, but getting shut down as two players go down on the side of Zipcat, unfortunately, and Gecko just walking in, just trying to take as much space as possible.
Yeah, Geku was able to get an extra trade after that, and now comes another jetpack with the bubbler to help as well. Nom Nom cannot do anything. Bomb cannot do anything either, and so what, gang? Is back to the third checkpoint with everything going their way. They're going to go through, and they're now 11 points away from a KO, from Grand Final. Zipcat doing everything they can. Nom Nom going behind everybody. Can Nom Nom save the game right here? They're able to stay alive a bit longer, but Geku is on the tower dancing around 3-2-1. That was so close! But Zipcat is still in here. Oh well, they just lost 2 players. That's too much. With the bubbler, I think it's over. Yep. GG's.
GG's. Matty just putting that bubble on the tower, just saying, no, you saved the tower when it got to 1, but I have bubble. Let me win this game. And just absolutely having a, so what, gang? Just having a masterclass on TC Inkblot and sending the Zipcat out of the tourney so that they can advance into Grands.
Yes, that's going to be 3-2 by So What Gang, who will move forward on to Grand Finals. We know who their opponents are. Of course, it is Can Lotuseur, who is waiting for them. And yeah, I mean, that was quite a finals. And we saw that Zipcat was evenly matched with Can Lotuseur. So seeing these two teams going to Game 5 as well means we're likely to see a pretty fast-paced and interesting finals.
And I'm very excited to see that. I'm really hoping both teams will be able to put on as best a show as they can.
Yep. And it is time for the grand finals of this battling pool 362. On the one side, Canvas coming on the upper side. They only need to win one set in order to be your champions. On the other side, So What Gang have absolutely shredded the whole of lower bracket. And they're coming back stronger, they're coming back faster. And now the big question, Cakes, is who will get the victory?
That we will have to see. But in order to see that, we will have to start from game 1, Zones Museum. Now, Kanlotaser does have Bake, who is known for that leader, so that is a point leaning into Kanlotaser's favor. Granted that they also did pick this map, but that will be something you're going to have to contend with if you are So What Gang.
And we saw them play it in the upper bracket. They were very slow, very methodical. They waited for the right opportunity, but once they were in position, they stayed in that position now. Let's see if So What Gang can challenge them, can get their victory right now. It looks like So What Gang I think our colors are inverted. So What Gang is in blue right there, and Geku is getting a big series of splats. Beautiful moves. That's what you want to see from a Carbon.
Yeah, and earlier we did see that Dr. Pigeon was expertly able to take out Bake on this leader, just absolutely setting the pace of the game. Glash with the jetpack coming out, getting shut down by Demslet, and we're just seeing an absolute snowball. We're having a lot of space on the side of on the side of So What Gang? I think the colors are fixed now actually. But on the side of Kanlodase, now we are able to just hold mid, and we're just looking to play and stall for time so that we can get more points on the board. Maddie going in, finding a pick onto one, and there's 3 now down on the side of Kanlodase. Now, So What Gang's turn to play in their plat and get as many points as possible.
Yeah, So What Gang, look, they're so high up right there. They're very much getting more and more points, no more penalty already, and it's 2 down on Canvas. Canvas are stuck in their platform trying to fight, and there's Geku simply bullying them around with that carbon. The splashdown is creating some space, but they're still not able to get back to the zone. They don't have much time left, Cakes. This next action, this next push will be their last if they don't make it work.
Certainly, SimShady just going all the way around, trying to find an angle, trying to find picks so that there is time to paint the zone, but it's just not enough. They're just not able to get in, not able to be in a safe enough spot to put paint down on the zone. And the first game will go to Kanlodase. Wait. No, it will go to So What Gang. My bad.
Yeah, I mean, So What Gang right there very much kept going forward, kept getting more and more. Look at these moves by Geku. It's always so impressive to see a Carbon simply run forward and get more and more splats. You can notice that they have back on the elite to get great splats. They have, I mean, all 4 of their players are good, but right there we saw So What Gang able to answer everything to come back stronger each time. And the final hold that So What Gang had, they had so much space taken for themselves.
And Kanlodase just wasn't really able to find their footing even with that leader. You need to make sure that your leader is getting those picks, and if not, then it's like you're kind of down when you have the presence of the leader, but you do need the leader putting out that pick pressure. You have to be hitting those picks in order to get your teammates in and create a favorable position for yourself. But on to more favorable things. It is now clams on crab leg. Both teams do play chargers, so there is not there's no fear from either team about having a worse weapon, a worse backline on this map.
Yeah, and that's going to be game number 2. So what gang took a strong game number 1. They went fast, they went very much in control, but now I feel like the Elite from Canlotus will give them a bit more speed, a bit more of an edge potentially on this map. It is very strong now for Clamblitz. Anything's possible right now. Both teams waiting for the right opportunity. Geku, as the cooler, is going to go in with that carbon, already going for some splat that will be punished. And that's a good moment for Canlotus, who still lost their backline, so they're still forced to wait a little bit more.
Gecko on this bottom left, just looking to play positions, trying to go in and disturb the members of Canlotus and try and find a pick, but just not possible. But it doesn't really matter because the rest of the team for So What Gang able to clean up and get a clean wipeout as Glash looks around the map to get some more clams. We're almost close to this jetpack, and with 12 clams on the board, that's enough to make a ball. Still, even though we're down, still enough, but, well, not anymore. And that he just holding in this bubble, just trying to have a safe spot to get teammates back in for. And Gecko just roaming around the map, just still looking for picks, but to nose the guy.
Yeah, right there. Big move by Canlotus, who are able to get a lot of control over the map, and they have also the control onto the ledges right now. They don't have the super clams to really open the basket. I mean, the Kraken is taking space, and they're able to get under the basket, but they don't have the clams to open it, to put it in. So what gang have all their time to defend, to wait for the mistake from Canlotus, and that's going to be So What Gang getting back into mid, and with 2 down on to Canlotus. So What Gang will take a lot of paint around, and they have lots of clams. All they need is to make a ball, and they should have their way back to the basket. Ooh. Ooh.
And we can see Gecko just jumping out from their invitation's position on the top right, just making sure to know, like, the team is faltering, I have to reset and play defense. Kudos with this cooler trying to make something happen, but Gecko just walking in, finding 2, and just absolutely taking control of the map. Zuka comes out looking for a pick in front, not finding any, but even so, still 1 down on the side of Canlotus without that cooler respawn. This is prime time to try and make something happen if you are on So What Gang.
I mean, we keep seeing either team taking more control, taking the advantage, but not being able to get to the basket. It is so hard to push on this map, to really get under the basket with clams, and we've seen both teams with such a strong defense, with such a good moves in order to really stop the opponent from really getting too much of an advantage. But as I say that, So What Gang takes 3 splats, and they have the cooler to defend themselves. They open the basket, and now they have a bit more clams to throw. 54 points remaining. Geku have an extra super clam, but the Kraken will force them out of here. That's still a good push with almost a bit more than a minute left for both teams to play. So What Gang has a pretty nice lead right now.
And while that is the case, Canlotus is there just looking to retaliate and put their own points on the board. Seeing the Wavebreaker and the Cooler coming out 1 down, 2 down on the side of So What Gang. The Kraken comes out able to get the big clam in, but now we have to get these points on the board. There's only 30 seconds left, and this might be their only chance to flip the lead right here, right now.
They're so close. One more clam, and that's the lead they have. Okay, that's rough. They need to save that super clam now because they're going to have to mount another push with 20 seconds left, less than that actually. So what, gang, able to hold the defense by a hair. And now Can Lotus are pushed back in their own basket. It's so what, gang, that it has so much control, so much momentum. A bubbler right next to the opponent basket. Overtime is starting, and Can Lotus needs a miracle in order to get back in that game.
Less than half OT remaining. Can Lotus really needs to make something happen at this moment right now, or else they're gonna run out of time, and run out of time indeed. Just not enough time to make something happen with the extremely strong defense of So What Gang just holding down the fort and just making it impossible for Ken Lotus to just get in and score another clam. Game 2 goes to So What Gang.
Yeah, that's 2-0 So What Gang. They were coming from the lower bracket, but right now they're one game away from resetting that bracket, resetting the score, and yeah, that's a big move by this team.
I was feeling that even though it was a crab leg, it was really back and forth and really hard for either team to push in to the enemy's base to get that score. But So What Gang was just able to break through the leader pressure and just find their way in to take an early lead and just make it really challenging for the
Gigs. We have to move to Discord. Discord is working again, and that setup that we like made to switch things, it just like is breaking apart. So we're so happy that Discord is working. We're going to make sure that everything is fine. I'm not sure if I'm on stream right now.
Hello, I've arrived.
Ninja to take care of everything, and the stream we were watching was pretty much a PowerPoint at this point, and it was pretty rough for us, but now we're all good.
And all good we are. Now on to TC, Yultel.
Yeah, Yultel Ali, the map where that is very much a hallway. That is very much a map where you can see a team get control and hold that control. So pay attention. That map was picked by Can Lotus, so they could create some momentum, and if they're not able to really re-establish themselves and find their groove against a So What Gang, that reset is going to be pretty hard on them.
But So What Gang finding 3 picks onto Ken Lotus to jumpstart their push immediately. The Zuka coming out from Gecko but getting shut down. Kraken forcing the tower to stop in its tracks, but Dr. Pigeon just holding that top right, just trying to make sure to keep pressure in good spots so that they can keep pushing. But now resetting into mid, members of So What Gang just trying to find their footing and just trying to regroup so that they can start another push with their specials.
Yeah, and that's more splats in favor of So What Gang, who are going to push to the second checkpoint once again. This time there's no Kraken, there's nobody to keep them from getting through that checkpoint, and we're now going to the final checkpoint. So What Gang, they want that reset, they don't want to waste a second, and with that bubbler, I don't see them not getting that third checkpoint as well. Oh wait, Can Lotus is getting back in position and are able to put the pressure back on.
You love to see it if you are rooting for Can Lotuser, making sure that So What Gang is just not able to do their usual tactics and swiftly get that third check, just pushing back into mid with that tower, and now Can Lotuser starting their own push with now points on the board. Demslet with this splashdown trying to play into this top right, but no ink because of the mist. The cooler comes out, and now they're finally able to put the gas on, finding a pick with the splashdown, and just forcing the members of So What Gang to try and reset to a different position to play better defense.
Yeah, and Carrot is at the second checkpoint, but all the defense from So What Gang now getting splat after splat. The Kraken will allow some present, but So What Gang have taken back a lot of control right there, and they punish that Kraken as well. 2 down on Can Lotus. It looks like So What Gang is moving back forward, and Geku is beelining towards the backline. Is going to punish the super jump and is now back to hunting the leader. Beautiful move from the Carbon. So What Gang back on the attack, and this time there's only one checkpoint between them and the KO.
And with that one checkpoint, we have this bubble, we have this jetpack out. The jetpack goes down swiftly, but with this bubble up, we will see this checkpoint break. And with only a couple points left on the tower, can the tower get stopped in time? It can! And now the members of Can Lotuser need to clear out the rest of So What Gang so that they can keep the tower in their possession and can keep a hold into this game. But 2 down on the side of Can Lotuser, with the members of So What Gang just regrouping one by one. You have to get a clean fight win here, but it's just it's not going to be possible with a wipeout on the side of Can Lotuser. Bubble is going to go up into this plat, and it's just going to be a really hard push for the members of Can Lotuser to stop this tower now.
Yeah, especially with that bubble to really hold their ground, but can they get the KO? 1 point away. So What Gang so close to resetting that bracket, but not yet. Can Lotuser is still in there, is still in the fight, but now they have no choice, Kings. They need a KO, and they have the work cut out for them. They need so much action, so many splats in order to get back that game. And they're starting well. They're at checkpoint 2, but already they're losing a few too many players. That's going to be rough. So What Gang is going to take back control of the tower. And with that splat to the side right there, everybody's coming back from spawn. That looks like we get a bracket reset.
With only 6 seconds left on the clock, you either keep the tower for the rest of the game or you give it up and just move on to the bracket reset. Splashdown coming out soon.
Yep.
But it's just not enough. Just one on the side, on the top right, just able to quickly find the tower, and that is a bracket reset for the side of So What Gang with the swift 3-0.
Yeah. Great move right there by Geku, taking back the tower, not letting Can Lotuser survive all of that. That is 3-0, which means we're now back to 0-0. We are even between Can Lotuser and So What Gang. The big question is, like, Can Lotuser adapt? They need to change something. They need to change something big if they want to get back in this game. So far, what they've been doing has not been working, and now they have one last chance. I'll say 3 last chances to get back. But I mean, So What Gang? It feels like they've been going faster, they've been going stronger, and they've punished every single move that Can Lotuser has been able to pull.
Most certainly. And at this rate, If they don't, maybe it's a weapon change that they need, maybe it's a playstyle change, something has to give. But now we're moving on to Clamblitz, Scorch Gorge, a very popular map it seems this tourney. Both teams have picked, indeed, extremely popular. And since both teams have picked this, I wonder, how are these teams going to adapt, especially Can Lotuser going to adapt to the enemy team's playstyle to come out on top in this match? This map is very, very choke heavy. There's a lot of corners that the Carbon Gecko will probably like to play on, so you really have to make sure to keep your zap safe and so that you can get those coolers quite safely and have room to move on this map.
Yeah, very much. I mean, we've seen Scourge Gorge already today. We've seen this map a lot, and both of these teams have put that map on their list. So both of these teams have a plan, are ready to do so. It looks like we have everything set up on our side. The teams are readying up. I believe there's a few seconds left. Still, yeah, we're in the last 10 seconds of weapon select. So, Cakes, are you ready for our bracket reset?
I am ready. I am so ready for bracket reset. Let's do this.
Yeah, well, Clamblitz on Scourge Gorge. So what, gang, and Can Lotuser. Once again, Can Lotuser needs to find the counter, needs to find something special to change things. And maybe the Dapples, maybe the blue Dapples could help with that. Oh, well.
Oh. Maybe wrong weapons? We did see a bucket on that pencil. Maybe that wasn't the pick. Maybe we're still on leader.
I don't know, I'm not sure. Waiting on news from the teams, but
Well, as we wait, Pat, what do you think is like the most standout weapon on each team?
I think that on So What, gang, I have to give it to the Carbon Brother, Geku. We've seen Geku be so explosive, and I mean that whole team likes to go fast, likes to fight a lot, but Geku is always the tip of that spear, you know, and always getting into the extra fights, and is quite often the player who is going to create the most opportunities for So What, gang. On the side of Can Lotuser, I'd give it, because of that, to Bakke on the Elite. Can Lotuser is trying to play more solid, is trying to hold better, and that means they rely a lot more on their backline. And they can, because it's Bakke, and Bakke is cracked.
This is very, very true. I will be keeping my eye on both of those players to see.
Keep your eyes on all 8 of these players, because like I single out 2 players that they're all good. But I think, yeah, I mean, Can Lotuser so far, and that could be the issue. They've tried to control the game, but So What, gang is everywhere and is too fast for Can Lotuser to slow them down. And I feel like Can Lotuser needs to match that speed, match that kind of fighting spirit, and yeah, we'll see if they're able to do so. Yeah, we'll see. Well, right there, they matched. They've dropped the Elite in favor of a pencil. We'll see if that changes something.
Yeah, no more zap. That was hard to find kills and may need like a little bit more protection. We do have this 52 gal now. And no more 96, no more Kraken. Hopefully that'll allow the whole team to be a bit more fluid and a bit faster in what they want to do. We see Glash here with this L3 just moving in with this cooler, just looking to put immense pressure on the side of Can Lotuser. We do have a ball, and that will be an extremely early score, very in character for So What, gang. Couple points on the board here.
They like to go fast. And look at their pencil, Dr. Pigeon to the side. That pencil has been flanking all the time for So What Gang. And that's 3 down on Kalotisa. They're not stopping. They keep their control. They get more clams and they're going to reopen that basket cake. So What Gang wants more points.
I completely agree, Medi, with that excellent fall off, just finding a pick onto Slim Shady, and Dr. Pigeon holding in the back, just making sure to look over their teammate's shoulder and pick off anybody who's there to challenge. Cooler coming out all from both teams, and we really need to see some defense upgrades from Canlotus there. Their plat has been held for so long, and Gecko just finding these 2 picks to keep their team in advantage.
Alright, we're about to reach the end of the 2nd minute of the game, and we've been fighting under Canlotus's basket. So What Gang has not stopped, but finally Canlotus is back in mid. It's their turn to push in. The Wave Slider is allowing them to go forward. They have the presence, they have the paint, they have the clams, but they're waiting for the end of that inkjet, and I don't think they should have waited right now. All of So What Gang is back in position. Basket is open, but can they follow through? They're forced to move out of here. So What Gang is holding strong, will not let them score more points.
Glass just holding on this snipe, just trying to pressure Bucket out of position with these splat bombs. Kuda just with this mini splatling, trying to vie for their plat, trying to get something done. We have a ball, we have 2 balls. If we can't stop this push right now, it will become really problematic for So What Gang. But So What Gang just not even caring. They simply just said, so what? And they're picking off the members of Canlotus 2 down, forcing another jump out, and that is Glash already basically under their basket with that inkjet, just looking for those picks, and Gecko just already in position, just already with that shark, having to back up a little bit, but that's more points for So What Gang, and Canlotus really needs to make something happen here.
More points for So What, but they're not able to keep that basket open. Canlotus still defending well. After 3 baskets opened by So What Gang, 55 is not that big. Canlotus only need 1 good push in order to get back in the game, but there's 1 minute and 20 seconds left. They need to paint around, they need to collect clams if they want to come back. So What Gang have still a lot of space, a lot of time, and I mean they're back on the hunt right now.
And Damselet just perfectly trying to hold a scary position, but getting pushed out. Glash with this inkjet again. For how many times this match is Reef Slider coming out and trying to get space onto So What Gang's plat, but Kudos just stuck in a duel that they don't want to be in with this ball and getting taken out, unfortunately. And now So What Gang is perfectly in advantage to try and do something, but 2 members go down, and now the advantage has slipped back to Canlotus. Slim Shady, 7 clams, needing 1 more to really start this push, and the members of Canlotus really have to follow up off of Slim Shady. They're still in there making things happen, and Kudos with this ball going down, unfortunately. Slim Shady picking up the ball and finally getting points on the board, looking to swap the lead.
Yeah, they're close, just 1 more. 3 points behind, and they're not able. 2 clams would be enough, but they don't get in, and the basket closes right after overtime. Cakes, it's still So What Gang winning, but this one, it felt a lot closer.
I completely agree. Just being able to hold all that space, like Shim's Lady holding all that space, and being able to put the pressure and find the picks and buy enough time to let their team get the ball from their base and try and jump it was very impressive, but just not able to close it out, not able to swap the lead and put themselves in a better position in this bracket reset, unfortunately.
I mean, right there, we saw Slim Shady the gal stay there for so long, really enable the whole team to get the presents, but that was not enough. That did not work, and that's unfortunate, but that's how the game goes. Game 1 of this bracket reset is going to So What Gang, but we can see that Lotus is adapting, is learning, and is doing better and better. More to come. Now we're going to Splat Zones on Robo Roman, another map that was picked by both teams. And we'll see if Lotus can keep improving their gameplay.
It's definitely looking up for Kenlo Dessert. We're on to zones, a staple map in higher levels of play, and this will really be able to show off what they have learned and their adaptations that they are making, as the objective isn't so variable compared to all the other modes. Same comp. Oh, actually, not same comp. The Blue Dapples is gone, and we are back on the Blaster.
Yeah, I mean, that Reef Slider is no longer able to cap a zone, and Splashdown, I feel like, does a better job than it in most cases, especially since Blaster. It is such a good weapon, it works so well. So what, gang? Unfazed by that last game, the fact that that last game was close. They're still feeling like they can win, that they can do so much. They take first control, but Lotus is there to answer this time. They're there to get a bit more, as Geku has Bazooka ready. Geku is on the hunt for a few good splats, but it looks like Lotus is still able to hold.
And Clash with this Inkjet just
Yep.
painting the zone, 2 down on the side of Ken Lotusair. We already have a special prepared for this hole.
Yep.
So now, oh, unfortunately, Glash going too fast, too far, going down swiftly, and now we are down Inkjet, but we're back. We're back fast, so we still have Inkjet, and we really have to be careful of going down with all these picks here. The Inkjet coming from behind, finding a pick onto Bake, and looking for a Damsel on this Blaster, finding 2, and 3 go down, one after the other on the side of Cam Lotusair. Points are absolutely bleeding fast for So What Gang. Cam Lotusair needs to snap back quickly.
Yeah, big moves right there by So What Gang. 20 ticks left on the map. The bubbler is deployed, but will that bubble be enough? Geku shuts it down. We're reaching the end of this. Just a few seconds left and a wipeout. So What Gang is now 1 game away from being your paddling pool champions.
Ooh, So What Gang putting on another masterclass in this tournament, just absolutely showing their expertise on Stone's Ramen, just being able to hold forward and just keep their space as best as they can with their specials and just find pick after pick after pick and not losing in their team fights, just to be able to get all those points on the board and just keep Kanlotase in their base. Really good stuff for So What Gang.
And it was really... Carlos was so close to getting back, but each time they were able to get something, it felt like they didn't have enough players to really take control together, and So What Gang was able to pick them off one by one. So What Gang, it feels like they're moving at as one person. Like, they are so well coordinated. And look at that next map. That's Rainmaker on Humpback.
Yeah, again, everyone's favorite map.
Yeah, that's going to be that's especially So What Gang's favorite map. They have the bucket and rollers, and Canlotus so is going to have to play extra cautious on here.
Indeed, we might see a return to the Blue Dapples from Kanlotusair, or we might keep the Blaster. It's hard to tell. I think both weapons are pretty good on this map. Slider is really good since there's only one path to really go, and just Blaster with all these humps and corners just are really good at just pressuring and carving a path through to the enemy team's pedestal. But we will simply have to see in this match.
Yeah, and let's get in the game. And right there, here comes back that Tri-Slusher from Glash. We've seen that Tri-Slusher, and both teams are bringing the Splat Charger with a scope. That vacuum has become such a staple of top level, and especially for Rainmaker, you know, having a vacuum behind the Rainmaker carrier secures them, make sure that they can move forward without fear. And right now, Canvas are grabbing the Rainmaker but paying the price for it. They lose a lot of players. And they only have, I believe it's their Zap in mid, trying to hold the game right there. But so what, gang? Has their way forward. They're gonna get behind just to make sure that they can secure their position. Medi is getting splatted though. That could be an opportunity for Canlotus. Canlotus are getting splats. Wait, they're gonna get left checkpoint for free. What?
And that they do. Slim Shady already holding up onto this top left. And the vacuum coming out to force the extra points. Already down to 40 points. That is a lot considering how much time we have left in the game. Only a minute has passed and we're already down a check and 40 points. We're rotating back towards the left side, but there's still Rainmaker capping action going on the far left. This Charger 1v1 finishes, but we already have 9 points left for the side of Can Lotus Air. So what, gang needs to have a swift rebuttal very soon, or this could be very dire. Can Lotus Air just taking a page out of So What Gang's book and running the Rainmaker as fast as they can.
I mean, So What Gang just fumbled that so hard right there, bringing the Rainmaker to die right next to their own checkpoint, then letting their opponent get so many points off of that, and they can't get the checkpoint themselves. They are struggling to push in as Canvas right now are getting more and more presence, are winning their fights, and are bringing the Rainmaker back into So What Gang Street.
And here we are, Bake with the Rainmaker trying to stall it and have a little bit more time. Goes down, but even though Damslet is the only one left, it doesn't really matter. Two people were down on the side of So What Gang, and they have to hold and regroup. We have two specials on the side of So What Gang, but we're really going to need some space control and a couple of picks in order to make something happen with these specials. The Vac goes down and the Rainmaker goes down. Can Lotus are just expertly keeping their pace as best as they can. They have the lead. They don't need to make any big moves. But So What Gang, Can Lotus are just keeping their position and just bleeding out the time. Only a minute 50 left on the clock.
Yeah, and that Rainmaker is still in the same spot. So what, gang? They still need the checkpoint. They still need to push in, and there's a whole map to go across right there. Medi playing patiently, waiting for the right opportunity, but all of Canotus are around, waiting for the way in. Damselet getting one splat, forcing Medi back. Medi is stuck in the same corner once again. Wait, they're gonna die in the same corner once again. So what, gang? You can't keep doing that. That's not good for you.
Yeah, definitely not something you want to happen a second time. A vacuum with from Bake just holding out, finding a pick with the vac shot, and now in another Charger 1v1 as Dr. Pigeon trying their best to try and guard this Rainmaker so no backcaps can happen again. Finding two, and now So What Gang finding. So What Gang is looking perfectly primed to start being able to run these points on the Rainmaker.
That's how you play the Charger. So what gang is back on track thanks to that huge pop-off on the Charger by Jay, aka Dr. Pigeon. Medi is running forward. They have the vac. They have the numbers. They are 3 points behind. But the vac explosion comes right before the shield is there. That's a bop for Canada who dropped the Rainmaker out. And now Slim Shady is holding that Rainmaker, has a vac to protect themselves. And that's game. They jump with joy as they get a game of So What Gang on Humpback.
Hello to say, finally being able to breathe a sigh of relief. We are not getting 6-0'd in Grands by So What Gang. Unfortunately, So What Gang not able to take a swift lead, especially with that vacuum, but Canada just being able to finally put themselves on the board is definitely very good for them. Finally, I think something that's not talked about so much when playing is like the mental load that you get from being in these high pressure situations, and I definitely think that like some of the pressure is finally off now that they've taken a game. They're still at match point, but they do have a little bit more momentum going for them.
I mean, they have to feel good. So What Gang made the mistake, and Canada capitalized on it perfectly, getting down to 9 points remaining of one fumble on the right side by So What Gang. That was really how you push on an advantage, how you find a weakness in your opponent's defense and you keep pushing on it, and then Canada suddenly they felt in control. They really took this game and made it work. Now, let's get to the next game. This time, it's a map that was decided by Canada, and on tower control, as we were talking about, it's all about momentum, and we'll see if So What Gang is able to get their head back in the game.
Speaking of getting their head back in the game, it seems that they might be still a little bit out of it after their very unfortunate loss in Rainmaker 3 down from happening on the side of So What Gang, and that's going to be the first checkpoint tipping in favor of Kan Lotase. And now we're already set up in very valuable positions, holding a position on this left side and pressuring the right at the same time. Just a very good position for Canlo Dessert to be able to get that second check and start making moves towards their victory.
Yeah, big opening push by Canlo Dessert. But they have to move back now and let So What Gang get back some presence. So they say that So What Gang not yet able to really take control over mid. Canlo Dessert is going to take another push. That they get for free pretty much. They are in the right position. All of So What Gang is defending, waiting, and they activate the inkjet to force their way back onto the zone. The vacuum though is able to keep Vake with the Charger alive for just a while longer. They're already at 22 points remaining.
And with those 22 points, they will have to concede just a little bit, but Slim Shady not precisely getting the memo and saying, I don't care about conceding, I will look for this pick, and finds a pick onto the side of So What Gang. Being able to keep Kanlo Tesser still in this fight, and they're back in advantage again. So What Gang really needs to find something to break Kanlo Tesser's momentum and to skyrocket themselves back into mid.
Yeah, we are at checkpoint 3 with a vacuum, with a splash wall. Kanlo Tesser, it's like they woke up. We saw them get pummeled for almost 5 games, but now they get a KO, and suddenly, this, like 10 minutes ago, it was 2-0 for So What Gang, and now suddenly it feels like Canada is the team that's winning.
I completely agree. Finally, After their Swift 3-0, they finally found the method, I would say. Finally, Canlo Tercera has finally found something that can work. I guess it was keeping the vac charger and just using the fact that So What Gang just doesn't really have anything to break through vacuum to their advantage so that they can just find ways to keep getting points even when getting rushed down by So What Gang. The Inkjet won't save them, the bubble won't save them, and certainly won't not the Zuka. They really need to find something to tip the momentum back into their favor.
Yeah, well, whatever happens, the next game will be the last game of the tournament. We are going to Clam Blitz on Umami Runes for this final game to decide it all. Can notice So What Gang, both teams are so close to the battling for crown. Now let's see who will get it. It looks like Camlotus are sticking to that splatter scope, and I'm all here for it. I love a good vacuum, and especially for Clan Blitz, it can help you really force your way under the opponent's basket.
I completely agree. That vacuum definitely will help on Umami Ruins, a map with basically only one choke point to get to that basket, and you're really gonna need some help. But the members of Ken Lotus are just saying, I don't need any help at all, and just quickly finding their way with a wipeout to the enemy's dome. And now jumping over a power clam, we will see the start of a push for Kan Lotuser. The vacuum coming out to help Slim Shady score the rest of these clams. Points are quickly ticking down. Gecko in the mid trying to duel for more clams and just keeping the members of Kan Lotuser out, finding one, but they're still going to have some presence in mid. You have to clear all of them if you want to start your own push.
Yes, So What Gang now needs a big push. They have a lot of clams, that's enough to get the lead back. But Glash on the jetpack will not be able to find the splats. That's rough for So What Gang. They still have numbers advantage, they still have the clams, and they have a big bubble right under the basket. That's instantly them taking the lead. The opponent backline is behind them, but I don't think they mind. They're going to keep putting clams in.
And we see this vacuum coming up from behind, but it's not worth it as Medi shuts it down instantly. 30, 27 points, 24 points left for So What Gang. They're really trying to pick up the pace and get this swift win before Kan Lotuser can make anything happen, can make a comeback. We're really seeing a lot of pressure from the side of So What Gang.
Yeah, So What Gang back on top, back in the lead, but they know that they are not safe right now. Galatiso with the vacuum are pushing back in. They reopen that basket and they have another super clam, but they're not able to keep it for now. Can they save it and put it in? Wait, they're still not able to. That super clam taunting them right here, but Geku is using it as bait to clean up. The pili clam will go in the basket, but they don't have the lead. Can they get the lead? They take the lead! 9 points remaining, and Damselet is still in position. Delaying, taking more time off of So What Gang. Can Lotus so close to a KO. What is this? Finals!
An absolute back and forth is what, Pat. We now see Kan Lotuser looking to solidify their win in this grand finals. We have a ball on their side, and they're already looking to set up and push this plat. We're close on our specials, over 70-60%, and we're really looking to find a way in here. The bubble's out, but Slim Shady just going on the top left on that dome, just finding a way in. We just didn't look. The vacuum's out protecting this jump, but now one down. The vacuum's down as well, but it doesn't really matter. We give the enemy team another power clam, but our penalty is way lower. That makes it so much easier for Kan Lotuser to just find one-off pushes and just win the game off of that. So What Gang is going to have to be really disciplined with their upcoming holds.
Yeah, and right there, so what gang just lost 2 players. Make that 3 Glash, saving the Super Clam for the rest of the team. That's going to be a tough defense. As you said, Canlotusa doesn't have that much penalty on themselves right now. Going into the last minute though, Glash was able to activate the jackpot to allow Geku to get back a few splats, to get back control. But Geku is marked by a point sensor once again, and so what gang is forced to wait for a better opportunity. 40 seconds left in the game. So what gang needs a big push. They have the clams, they have the bubbler. Can they get the basket? Right now it doesn't look like they have the way forward.
And Damsolet just expertly making use of the bottom left side of the map, just making sure that if you're not going to play that top left dome, if you're not going to play for that, you have to play by me, and just picking off one by one, Gecko finding a trade, but it is not looking good for the side of So What Gang. There's only 10 seconds left, and you really need to solidify yourself in mid and find a push very quickly.
Yeah.
There's only about 30 seconds after OT starts right now, so they really need to find some way to break Canlotuser's holds and put the points in.
Oh, 2 down. Can they open the basket? They're able to, but they don't have much players left. Geku is splatted. Medic trying to go in. Medic dancing around, keeping the basket open and getting splats and jumps in. Geku activating bazooka. It's not over, but it's over now. The basket is closing. So what gang fighting hard, but at the end of the day, Canlotuser, despite losing 3-0 at the start of the Grand Finals, now get a reverse sweep to win this tournament. What a comeback! And that's a good reminder, but it's never over.
Yeah, even though Canlotuser was down since the start of Grants, you could not count them out. They played their cards as best as they could, and finally, they were able to find their winning ticket and play their cards as best as they could to win this set. GG's to good games and good win to Canlotuser.
Yeah, great plays right there by Canlotuser. So what gang looked so dangerous during that whole Grands, but Canlotuser with the mental edge at the end, I feel like So What Gang kind of panicked the moment Canlotuser was able to get some momentum. So What Gang was not able to stop them. They get second place. Canlotuser are your champions. Which means it is now time for us to say goodbye, I believe.
Alright. Pat, thank you so much for joining me here today and for commentating with me. Where can everybody find you?
Well, it's written on your screen right now at Pajay Autumn on Blue Sky. It's the best way to get some news from me. How about you, Cakes? Do you have something to plug?
Yes, I certainly do. You can find me at xneo cakes, XNEO cakes, on Blue Sky and most other social medias. I also stream on Twitch very often, 3 days a week, Wednesday through Friday. So come check me out. And that's it from us.
Yeah, well, before we go, we'd like to give a special shout out to Jorian, who managed to create an emergency setup for us to stream. Incredible play, also casted in the previous set because Discord was trying to kill us, but Jorian beat Discord. Jorian is stronger and is the absolute best. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you all in the next one.
Toodles!